Söyleme. Anladı. Bak.
These are my fans.
As possible. One more big lose like that in a big team fight, and it's a wrap.
And it's already big enough of a lead you're seeing from Pro Esports. 6.8k approaching 7k. You see most of it significantly in the carries, between the jungler, between the gold lane. So the spread of the lead is just looking too good for Pro Esports right now. The conversions are starting to come in. High on Bush though. Kozan, is he actually going to take it out?
Wow.
Sorry, Felix with the last hit. Oh my goodness, Pro Esports, the leads just keep getting bigger. Way of the Dragon onto Akashi, and he uses the falling star moon, but he fails to survive.
At this point, it's looking like a bloodbath. Just about anyone on Pro Esports can 1v1 anyone on E7. Where do they go from here? Like I said, I think the best idea is stay together. No one can get caught alone. Even hide on Bush, even the Harara, who's got tons of iframes, tons of defensive measures to escape, is getting taken out by a Harith. Not even Coily, not even someone tanky, didn't even need any help. And hide on Bush goes down, sitting at 0-2 and 0. E7 has to play it safer.
They've only ever taken out one member from Pro. It's only PP. So as much as I also want to see them try and play the macro, it's just going to be too tough. So playing it slow, I agree, might be one of the ways to go until they feel like they can't afford to engage in a fight. Because not even Akashi could just tank the damage. You see him falling down even to Sorya and Felix one-on-one, and now there's another way of the Dragon landing onto Vagin. There goes the Wrath of Dryad and the falling star moon. This might just be a counter engage coming in from E7. But the clapback, the answer and response from Sorya and Felix and Kuzen, it's a triple. It's only Akashi and Doom left, but look at Coily getting back. It's gonna be another attempt, but it's a shutdown instead from E7.
It's all right, though, honestly, for Pro. I think at that point, they didn't even have to keep that fight going, but they wanted to try to get Kuzin that Maniac or Savage. Another Zamon's Force drops. Kuzin should be able to get away safely here. Sorry, Felix going to get involved. Akashi chasing down. It actually might be bad for Kuzin.
Yeah, he doesn't have mana. It's a good thing PP and Sorya and Felix were there, because that would have been shutdown after shutdown for E7 if ever they did actually find the kill onto Kozen. So we're looking at the replay right now. I think this is one of the moments where it could have been really good, honestly, for E7 if only they were able to maximize the Wrath of Dryad a bit more. But the sustained damage from Kozen is just too much. There's no one to deal with these high mobility heroes who just constantly surprise the back and attack the back lines.
Where do they go from here? Once again, we keep asking the same question. Pro Esports, so ahead. I mean, we've seen leads like this come before, and I mean, teams have been able to turn around, but NG7 with their composition, you've got Doom, you've got who hasn't been able, I mean, 0-4 and 2 on a carry. This is a late game hero already. And the thing is yes, you normally use this to shred, but another pick?
It's gonna be hide on Bush at that. It's at the exact same time they get to pick up the Lord. Two-man setup coming in from Sorya and Felix, and Kuzen will be there to provide the damage. Doesn't care about the Wrath of Dryad. He is just gonna go for the kills. Fortunately, has a flicker for Vadim, but there he goes. It's a double steal for Kuzen, and all turrets, outer and inner turrets, falling to the hands of Pro. Oh!
I mean, he can do that right now, honestly.
Yeah,
At this point, it's like, let's just see what we can do. Let's throw the line out. If we don't catch nothing, it's okay. Look at him under the tower right now. They pop the holy defense, get some minions still through. Wave coming down top. This could be game ending.
Okay, Pro Esports have an entire wave and a Lord marching up top. They're still gonna focus and try to take down the turret first, but he goes charging in. Vagin doesn't have the Wrath of Dryad, but he's still gonna go for it. PP! Finding another kick, it lands onto Shin. Coily too with the Tempest of Blade. There might just be a shutdown right now from E7, but that's about it. As they're looking to get more. Vagin, hide on Bush. 3 members already eliminated from E7. Can Doom and Akashi deal with this by themselves? The Lord's already in the base. They're trying to go for more kills instead. Akashi down to half HP, finds PP. But that might be at the expense of his own life. But Kuzen, he finally finds it.
They're playing KDA Heroes right now. Pro Esports not even looking to end it. They want kills. They want blood. Trying to recover themselves after yesterday's loss. Kuzen right now, 9-0-7. Wow. He's untouched. Sorry, I'm Felix. I'm well. 5-0-2. Overall, Pro Esports have completely dominated. But maybe the best plan was to target on base in that last push because the clock is still ticking. 72 seconds for next Lord. Would love to see exactly where Doom's at in the items. Has he got Trinity in just yet? Fully out. There it is. Has finally locked it in. He's hit the AK gold mark. Maybe we start to see a little bit more on the side of Agin. You haven't finished the antique cuirass yet for physical defense. You have at least got radiant armor in, so there's a little something there. Only 2 items in onto Shin. They are behind, to say the least. And yeah, you have some damage output from Hide on Bush, but the thing is Hide on Bush can't last, can't actually get in there. And every time you do get past, Star and Felix catches you, or Saw steals the Wrath of the Dryad and catches you, and it's the same thing for Akasi trying to come in to absorb the damage.
I feel bad for both Hide on Bush and Doom. Really, you want to find these creative angles. Oh, Coily actually tried to take down that base turret all by himself without a wave. Could have been a possibility, but there was fortunately quick response from E7, but it doesn't change the fact that Pro are still ahead. And going back, Hide on Bush, aside from the fact that there's so much catching up to do, I agree, it's just so tough for him to go in. You have to anticipate so much punish. Sorry, I'm Felix, Sa. There's just a multitude of ways that Pro Esports could turn things around with this lead, so E7 could probably not afford to just put themselves out there, but they'd still decide to get out of their base. Now it's Akashi down to half HP, PP in the back lines! He's gonna find shit all over again in the IMU Wrath of Dryad. Or it's not actually the IMU, but there you go, finally, it's a shutdown from Doom! Hitting on Bush! Finding Kuzen too! E7 turning that around.
Yeah, able to get a big catch, and the damage does seem to be there. We talked about this the other day. All it takes is 2 items for Eudora to really start outputting. It took about 12 minutes to get those 2 items, but Shin is finally there along with Doom. Pops a speedy light wheel, and the combo with all of it together, it's a lot of damage. Saw everyone just had to essentially run for the hills. 2 members go down. Lord is still coming though. Pro Esports unable to stall it. It's just going to be 3 pushing in.
Great timings from E7 here. The Wrath of Dryad especially. Coily going for Hide on Bush. Has points out the iframes. There's just too much damage already from each basic attack that you get to see from Coily. But just because Kuzen and Sorry I'm Felix aren't here, E7 defend and live for a bit more longer in this game.
All right, so Entity 7 able to defend, but they still have no inhibitors, have only taken 1 structure away from Pro Esports, and Pro Esports are hungry for the end.
PP wanted to go for something there. I think it took a bit too long. E7 too were just really grouped up together, so I don't think it would have been easy for him to find a target. On top of the fact that Pro Esports, they're not all ready for the engage just yet. So E7 again defending. They're taking it slow. Bit by bit we're getting there. We saw Doom on the 8k gold mark earlier. Now he is actually complete.
Yeah. All it took was a couple minutes, a couple kills, a little bit of gold between the teams, some shutdowns, and he now has the Rose Gold in. Be prepared to see some item swapping. This is big for Doom. This is big for Entity.
Oh, it's Shin all over again. They really want to go for Shin. First Wrath of Dryad. Final use here by Back, but get knocked up by the Tempest of Blades as well. And Kuzen on the other side trying to take down Akashi. Will be able to do so as Doom falls to the hands of Coily. Hide on Bush goes in. He finds a trade, but it's just going to be Coil. Is it enough? There's a wave coming in mid and top. Hide on Bush and Akashi will be here to defend, but Kuzen is just going to set his eyes on the base. Salmon forced to end things, but they clear out the minions. Another potential outplay from E7. And can they do this? Kuzen finding Akashi does eventually get the kill, but the minions have spawn tracks.
5 seconds for Shin. Kuzen drops him on Force. Hide on Bush with the iframes. They're still defense. Kuzen just wants free shots.
Hide on Bush, the stun. Shin doesn't actually land it. Finally gets the burst. And now E7 defend once more.
Entity 7. Like I said, the momentums from yesterday's game still hold strong as they hold strong for their life in just game number 1. A beautiful defense, honestly. Hide on Bush all alone. Able to get some nice iframes. Defend Akashi also gets back to the base. Pro Esports felt like they had it, but now Entity 7 working on the Lord.
This is something our panelists mentioned is back in.
Flicker
on the Brian Coily down. Can they finally get this objective? Yes, they do. E7 are turning things around. High Bush finds a double, and Sa is all alone here. That's not your base, but he's being cased.
That's not your base. It's looking reminiscent of yesterday's game where Pro Esports had the lead and just couldn't finish it. Entity 7 right now. You know what we gotta say? They got that dog in them right now. And they are ready to push this game to the limits, pushing Pro Esports to the limits. It's 30 kills on the side of Pro Esports.
What if that was the plan all along? You know, we need to suffer a bit.
Yes.
But we get to a point where we just get to rely on
builds character.
Yeah, you build character, you know, and this is something E7 have been building for 17 minutes now, Trex.
It's the villain arc right now. You gotta go through pain sometimes to be ready for the big battle, and Coily can no longer win the 1v1 against Hide on Bush.
That changes things significantly in this game. E7, they still have the Lord, but will be dealt with by Pro. Sorian Felix doesn't find the setup there. And E7 are looking to disengage. Coily doesn't get access to his purple buff too. Imagine that E7 are suddenly the ones in control. That 10k gold lead is nowhere to be found.
No, we are officially in late game now. Maxed items all around. Immortality has been picked up by Doom along with the Rose Gold. This is what I was talking about when we talked about the item swapping, and this is where a carry becomes extremely dangerous. Late game carry, probably one of the most vicious marksmen you can go up against. Once you have the capability to start hopping around with items, the amount of damage, it's just so hard to pick off. You add that up with the Purify instead of going for the Flicker. It's a problem. How does Pro Esports catch that? Now, they've been able to find some moments, but the problem is before they were going for Shin, before they were going for Hide on Bush, but I think they need to change their priority on where these Wave of the Dragons are going to be landing, where these Wrath of Dryads with the IMU that's stolen are going to be landing. They have to be a lot more careful about how they approach these fights if Pro Esports wants to win out.
Yeah, because I feel like the fact that they always go for Shin is just so Coily could freely go and dive in, right? But even if he gets to do that, I don't think Pro are able to handle the damage that you're seeing from Doom anymore. Like, just by themselves. Like, without them allocating the right amount of crowd control just so Doom doesn't get to cast the speedy light wheels efficiently every now and then. So there might need to be, yes, I agree, a bit of change in terms of targeting for Pro here, but can they find Doom? This isn't the best KDA you're going to see on a carry, but we're in a different timeline now. We're 19 minutes into this game. I feel like this would barely matter, but oh, that's a lot more defense items getting picked up. I think Doom has the Immortality and both the Athena's Shield in his build, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah.
Picked up Athena's Shield. Okay. Gets rid. Or wait. So that's no, because you get some shield from the Athena shield. So it's you sell Athena's, you go into Rose Gold, you pick up Rose Gold, you go into Immortality, you pick up Winter Crown.
Oh, okay.
I'm guessing. I don't know. Oh,
it's a lot of buy and sells, but who gets this retry? It's Bandit. Not even a retry holder. Doom finding the last hits on the objective, and now it's a disengage for E7. They don't want any trades.
A lot of resources wasted on Akashi there. And that helps Entity 7 secure this Lord, enhanced Lord at that. They need to try to sync up these waves as much as possible. They may not be able to end here, but they can at least take inhibitors. Pro Esports on the other hand, this is what I was talking about. They have to think about a lot harder on how they do these fights with the 1v1.
Okay, iframes, Hide on Bush. Might just go for the outplay here. Coily no longer has to test himself. Plays Shin! Flickering in, can he make it? He doesn't catch Coily. Also gets to pick up the Immortality just in time. Whew. Whew.
Collect it, prepare ourselves. Because the Lord is making his way downtown.
Yes. PP, can he find something here? Okay. There's the Lord. Kuzen still has Diamond Force. and they pretty much will have enough time to deal with this Lord, at least for now. E7 are not able to maximize it enough to take down a turret, and they're going for Shin! Oh! Winter Crown play, falling Starfall, but still gets knocked up and caught by the way of the dragon into the Wrath of Dryad of Sa! Don't finds Coily though. Sorian Felix with a set, Kuzen with his Avid Force, finds a double, and it's another immortality pop for Doom! 3 members are down for E7!
A beautiful catch by Pro Esports, but minions are on the base. They have to go back to defend. It's only 2 members up with 40-second death counters on Entity 7. Hinakashi and Hide on Bush do what they did a few minutes ago and defend the base, but Hide on Bush is going for the steals, trying to disrupt the waves right now. Big kick.
He gets caught. He does still have some iframes left and a couple dashes, so he will escape. But that just means he's the only one left right now. Pro Esports, they're making their way to the base 12 seconds before Shin makes it.
They've got a cannon minion. Can it be enough to close? Hide on Bush is making the big sprint back to the base. He's got an immortality.
Okay, the immortality's popped though. Kuzen with his Ammon for Shin and going in. Do they have enough defense? They actually get to buy a bit more time. Immortality's pop for PP Pro. They gotta get back.
It just keeps happening. I don't know if it's luck. I don't know if it's chance. I don't know if it's pure skill at this point. Entity 7 just keeps on hanging on. We're 23 minutes in, another Lord on the map. Akashi's up in 17 seconds, and it's a 5v5 once again. Pro Esports trying to make their way to this Lord. Do they burst it down? Hide on Bush picks up a purple buff. It's down to the wire once again.
Yeah, Shin has to be very particular of his positioning this time. Lord already below half HP. Vagin getting bursted down. Both Wrath of Dryad already committed. Idol Bush going in! But it's still Coily who finds the objective. It's a shutdown towards Idol Bush, and Pro have seemed to find the perfect engage against E7. Akashi, the only one left.
When in doubt, Sorian Felix continues to get those big sets for the team.
Pro Esports are not letting this get to another 30-minute game. They're ending it right here. 1-0 against Entity 7.
Okay, so lessons have been learned for Pro Esports. After being unable to finish a game yesterday that possibly caused their overall defeat, they were able to close it out today, even after going the distance, even after Entity 7 giving it everything they could. Pro Esports collect themselves and make the plays that matter to close things out. What a game one, bringing up.
Yeah, that was, I like that you mentioned it was just game one. It was just game one. And I you kind of saw how E7 were planning to play around this draft. They sort of answered their questions here and there, especially towards Doom on the carry, but you just have to respect Pro. The mechanics, the macro, and their ability to just bait out reactions from E7. I think that really mattered, especially in that last sequence, because it was E7, I feel like, who were just desperately trying to do something because Pro Esports were already there. They were already positioned around the objective. They were forcing it down pretty much.
I think a lot of those fights that Entity 7 did win out on was when Pro Esports was coming into them, right? Was attacking onto them, was causing the advance. But towards those last few fights that Entity 7 lost, they were forced to try to make a play happen. Vagin makes the engage, the rest of the team follows up.
Oh, why? Why am I standing on my...
standing on the chair?
Standing on my seat, yeah.
No, you're actually that height.
Yeah, no, I'm just that tall, guys. Please don't get confused.
Well, it was an amazing game one. We still have a couple more to go, possibly. Let's give it back to the panel and see what they have to say about this.
Thank you. I'm glad we're finally seeing what Brigitte does off camera right there, because standing up on a desk, that's the least amount of it. I think this is such a exciting back and forth, guys, when we look at it with, of course, Naisu and Lefel to break that action down. I loved seeing the competition, and it wasn't a clean game by both teams, to say the least, but it felt like they wanted it. It felt like we were in somebody's going home, somebody's moving on and making a historic run type territory, which is what you want to see.
You can definitely feel the tension, you know, just watching the games there, because, yeah, Pro Esports came out swinging, got a start going. You know, Coily was kind of unstoppable up to a certain point. And then somehow, someway, Entity 7 showed us why they won yesterday. They were able to pretty much take care of what I think it was a 10,000 gold lead that was built up first, and then they started to lead. But then, you know, props to Entity 7, props to Hide on Bush and the rest of the team to stay into that game as long as they did. But eventually, it comes down to that one Lord take, and then, you know, I'm sure LaFell will go through this later on. But that Lord, it comes down to getting that retribution off, and you know, when you're already kind of at a back foot, trying to get in the zone of that is so difficult. I mean, look at this, 39 to 16 for the kill counter here. Like this has to be the most.
Look at Kozen as well, 143,000 damage dealt. Doom only did 87,000. The highest coming in from Entity 7 is Hide on Bush. Not even, it's actually Akashi, 77,346. So he's about double.
Yeah.
Kozen did about double the highest that Entity 7 was able to do. Yeah. But Hide on Bush though, bro.
Yeah.
Talk about a defense.
Yeah.
This is really like a sword against a shield kind of matchup where we can see Pro Esports non-stop offense, but Entity 7 with not one, not two, like how many defenses that they did, and every single one of them is highlight worthy.
And you were trying to look at what is the benefit, maybe if you're coming in and watching, of both those strategies going toe-to-toe. Well, one is waiting for that perfect moment. One constantly on the attack, and sometimes a good offense is a good defense. But when you slip up, like we saw Pro Esports do, losing a Lord, losing another Lord, an evolved Lord, it was the chance that Entity 7 wanted, erasing that gold lead nicely, but they weren't able to take advantage of it. There's a lot of learnings to take into game 2.
Yeah, again, in instances like this, when you turn a gold deficit of 10,000 around and you start to get some momentum in the game, you still really have to stay disciplined, because there were a couple mistakes made. And I know LaFell, like I said, he has some of this on the illustrator later on, because a minor decision, like for example, using a battle spell or using one of the defensive items or not getting the setup you're looking for, all those little, let's say, mistakes could lead into a game loss here. And as you guys know, again, this match is a decider match, so you don't want that to happen and then going into the next game.
Somebody's key is getting crushed, somebody is moving on, making a historic run, guaranteeing at least $100,000 for their efforts, top 8, and a chance at glory here in the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet at EWC. LaFell, you took a look at some of these clips. You've got those set up for us. We're going to get you on your telestrator. Break down what you saw in game 1 between these two teams.
So first of all, we got to look at the drafts here. There's quite a few things that we have to look at. But first of all, in terms of the drafts, the only question mark really is on this carry, just because it doesn't really solve a problem that's presented here by Pro Esports, because there's not a lot of high HP heroes, so it doesn't fully utilize the passive that the carry has. But more importantly, it doesn't protect yourself. And we're going to be seeing that in the clips here, where starting off, this is basically what happens in the early game, which, by the way, what Pro Esports does so well in this game and previous games on how they got a 10,000 gold lead is they perform the best at an open map, right? When everything is still there, they can capitalize on everything. Where if you're going to be looking at the map here, you can see that in terms of the position, they're playing a 3-2 position, right? So 3 at the top and then 2 at the bottom, because one of the reasons that they understood is that Doom made a crucial mistake, where this is basically like the safe place for you to be as a gold laner, and multiple times Doom actually stays in this area, which, yes, he wins the lane, but you're going up against a Ling. Ling moves very fast in the game, and we can see here that's basically how it keeps going on. See, Doom moves forward again, gets ganked. I'm only showing this clip, but it happens multiple times as we see in the game. I feel like the first 3 to 4 ganks are all in the gold lane, so that is something that could have been remedied if they pick up something like a Moskov, because Moskov can basically protect himself. He doesn't need any rotation. And you see, honestly, there's no rotation going to the gold lane coming in from Entity 7. And this also shows why I would say the best win condition for Pro Esports is just to play outside of the base. Once you get inside the base, it does become quite difficult, because if we look at the square that Entity 7 always forms, they try to clump up together, but what Entity 7 does is they split them up. It's not a front to back, it's front and back. As we see the team fight coming up here, they are pulling the front line away, and then you can see a clear separation here where the front line as well as the back line is clearly separated, and the one going for the back line is both the gold laner as well as the jungler. Massive damage, and there's really nothing that Entity 7 can do, and this is why Entity 7 keeps losing those team fights, they just get separated. But then things start to change when we start going into the map here. Get into the base. This is one time where I would say they made a grave mistake, where they're put into a situation where we can see multiple members got stunned up by PP on this Bellic, right? A very big ult hits onto basically everyone. Look at all the taunts there. Everyone was taunted, and that's the reason why they lost this fight. But then we go into the base, which, by the way, hide on Bush. This
Crazy.
Man. I would say this is a career-defining highlight where you can basically show to all the teams, like, this is what I can do, right? On the Herrera. But also, this is why they cannot end the game. This is something that they've done in the previous draft as well, where they're so good at splitting the fight. But what if there's no way to split them up anymore? They're always going to be clumped up, and you're going to make a mistake. So I feel like that's something that they have to look forward to, where you can play at open map perfectly.
Right.
But once you're inside the base, what's the next step? We see that the Joe try to kick someone else to separate them, but sometimes it's not that easy.
Yeah, and it feels like, I mean, I'd rather be, if I were, and if maybe you guys let us know in the chat as well, I would probably rather be pro esports in that situation where I have all the energy, all the momentum, the gold lead early on, everyone's doing well, and the only issue is how do we get through to that final portion of the base. I feel like it's a scary type of situation that we saw Entity 7 put themselves in, and the Moskov did come into our attention in the draft. Is it on your attention now, getting Doom on something more comfortable, something he could protect himself more from those picks coming in from the roam?
I think it was almost unanimous when a lot of people, when that carry was picked up in the draft, that last pick, I think some people definitely shared their sentiments about that. Even the casters, I heard them mention it too. And it is one of those things where, again, in late game, and we saw this late game get to that point where, yeah, the carry can shred even through the Lord, right? But yes, maybe something like the Moskov where you have a little more space to work with. You can play the long game if you want to, stay on the other side of the map, join the fights with SOD. You know you're up against a matchup like that where Kozin gets his Harith. Again, this Harith is Kozin's probably one of his best picks that he has in the gold lane, and you saw just how they played that. So Moskov might be one of them, but I think even for Entity 7, they really need to get the ball rolling in their favor early on, because I feel like that's where they're able to go ahead and build up.
Also, when you do get a lead, you got to make sure that you're very disciplined, because something that we were not able to clip just because it happened so fast, but once they got a lead, we saw Coily on that lane trying to run away, and then Shin tries to stun him, even expanding that flicker. That is one of those situations where if you can catch him, you could have ended the game. But he couldn't, and then that's just an avenue that Pro Esports saw. Like, hey, he doesn't have a flicker. We can go in, and then we can start holding the map again.
And that's how crucial battle spell timings are, especially in that type of game where that information is enough to say, you know what, now we're gonna go take out Shin or whoever burned that flicker. That's an automatic kill for us. That's an automatic advantage in a team fight.
It all comes down to this one for Entity 7, who's representing the Americas. From South America, the last time they had graced a main stage like this, from my understanding, is M4 with RRQ Acura. And that was in 2023. They've been rebuilding in that region ever since. This is the result of that. Can Entity 7 find a way to clamor back and get into this matchup again? Pro Esports looked the better. They got the win. One more game for them, and they're through to the knockouts.
I feel like one thing that they can do to slow the game down is to have one person to basically track where Coily is, because in that game, he was perfectly free, right? Whenever he goes to the goal lane,
great point,
no one stops him. Whenever he wants to go for those objectives, no one stops him. When he goes to, kill the mid as well as the goal lane, no one stopped him. You need one person to keep track of that guy.
Well, like, when you have a character who's so mobile, that's one thing. But when you have a team that's so committed to grouping up, I mean, it's even making that mobility even more effective, because no one's going to go chase him down. They don't want to play like that.
Yeah, that's one of the things, though, especially with a Ling, right? Like, it's like you want to keep track of him and keep tabs on him, but at the same time, like, Ling's can't just allows him to be everywhere he needs to be, and then you put him in hands like a specialist like Coily. Even more so is it a difficult task to deal with, and that's so this time we might see some different things. Entity 7 is going to be on that blue side for that first pick.
You know what? It could have been clipped when during the draft we're like, yeah, just don't get stunned. And look at how many times he got stunned. Not much.
Not much.
Only like once or twice.
High ceiling, Coily proving he just really is that good. One of the junglers we've been keeping an eye on. Pro Esports looking to use his expertise and ability going into the next stage. Hide on Bush. It's been getting a lot of conversation on the LATAM side. The man of many hats, Hainan Bush, does it all for his squad, leading as the jungler, captain, shot caller, and taking on coaching and analytical duties whenever needed.
That's a lot of responsibility.
That sounds underpaid.
Hey, we don't know his salaries, by the way.
If they go forward to the knockout stage, you know?
Hey, that's a big salary.
That's a big salary, but, you know, give it up to Hainan Bush. Again, like I said, he is one of the mainstay members from Entity 7. Very, very experienced player. Has even now just showcasing a lot of what they're capable of doing. So, you know, to know that he's also shot calling and doing all this too, that's kind of is a huge statement for himself and the team.
Well, we asked what they would do about Coiley's Ling. They ban it. They don't want to deal with it. The Harara also banned as well in response, alongside the mainstays, Freya and Marcel. Fanny and Valentina, which they didn't like, maybe a soft counter to the Belleric, which they enjoy playing, but this time it opens up an even stronger pick, the Atlas first, which could mean a Eudora response here on the side.
And I wonder if they want to pick up a Nolan early, because Nolan is filling the spot of what a Ling wants to do, a Harara wants to do. Because I feel like if you have to go for a Yeast and Shin, then, I don't know, there's just too much counters now.
I like how just by simply panning out the Ling and the Hirara, it already changes the course of the draft, and then it'll change, you know, obviously in the game too. Atlas being picked up, and they took care of the Valentina, so you don't have to worry about a Fatal Links being stolen by Pro Esports. If you're Entity 7, you can build on that. But this does leave open now quite a few options to take right on the swing. So you still have the Belleric available. You can go ahead and, what else? A power play move. What else is in the mid that you would actually go for here now that you have that? Or do you just go ahead and secure something else?
I feel like it is fine to delay it just a little bit, which, by the way, honestly, very good opener coming in from Entity 7, because betting on the Fanny as well as the Ling and then the Valentina, that proves to be, I feel like that's a good way to open up going up against Pro Esports. Just that if they do win and the Pro Esport lose, Pro Esport can take that first pick again and then deny them of this strat. Anyways, when it comes to the mid, I really feel like it heavily depends on what your jungler is going to be. For example, if you're going to pick up a utility jungler, say Fredrin and a Kai or whatever, you need a mid with a little bit more range to back him up whenever he does go for those neutral takes. But then if you're using something with damage, like a Nolan, maybe even a Harley, you need a mid that can set it up. So that's why we see Valentina's still being okay, even though it's a mid-range, not long range, but you got crowd control and you got some amount of burst damage, making it easier for those assassins to actually get the kill. So I really feel like it's dependent on what the jungler is going to be.
Okay, so we got word. It is, they're going to go ahead and sort things out here for this draft. I'm wondering if we'll still see that, at least the Atlas picked up or not. Probably same bands I'm expecting, but what was that one combo we saw? Was it just yesterday where the Nolan was picked up and that amount of bursts that they had? Because Nolan's only been picked up, what, literally twice, I think it is so far?
One of them was from Guangzhou Recall, using the Nolan.
Yeah.
Even in a game that they lost, the burst from Nolan is insane, because the buffs make it so that the Nolan can basically spam his abilities, making it very hard to catch, but also just does quite a lot of damage. And now the Uranus as well as the Zushin picked up, and I feel like this is kind of a deny, saying that if you want to go for a tank jungle, hey, good luck.
This is already different, right? Uranus, Jushin going over on those first picks for red side here for Pro Esports. Now for Entity 7, you already got yourself an Atlas. You know that you can play around the setup potential. You know that too. You're gonna have to get through some purifies, but you can take your jungler now, hold on to it. Maybe the mid lane option as well, just so you don't get things banned out, because you already have to deal with the Jushin.
I would say Eve is not a bad pick, yeah. Because in terms of damage junglers, now it's like all the niche ones, like the Nolan, maybe even the Saber, Hanzo. Oh, Gwyn. Oh, totally forgot about the Gwyn. Gwyn as well as the Moskov gets picked up here, which Entity 7 for now has a lot of crowd control.
Yeah, there's the YSS you mentioned too. So YSS being picked up. Again, this hero does not have
a great win rate.
A great win rate. Is it only one game? One game win?
One game win.
Yeah. One game win right now for the YSS so far.
That was with Aurora, no?
Yes.
Yeah. Yesterday. Moskov, though, picked up. We wanted to see that adjustment. They've made it. Also taking out 2 of the picks that were used on the side of Pro Esports last game in the Valentina and the Ling, adding Guinevere to the rounding of that first 3. YSS Will this be another bit of drama that continues? Because if they have this and it loses again, goes to about 1-7 in this tournament, and you gotta start saying, guys, we need another option.
The YSS is just, I mean, most teams have either just gone with it or they go with a double fighter in the side lanes to try to make that work. But you can already see some of the focus again on XP options for Entity 7 to be picked up here.
So I feel like Entity 7's got to ban out that Paquito.
Yeah.
Right, Paquito is, I think, will win Pro Esports Draft. Because right now, this Isin Shin is not a bad pick because it's not going up against the Ling, it's not going up against Aurora, and it's not going up against the Claude, right? So for now, in terms of the dive, it's just the Guinevere. And at that point, kind of the same thing as before, just don't get stunned, right? And I feel like there's not enough threats here. Pro Esports, if they pick up the Paquito here, I think it will really make Entity 7 difficult to finish up their draft.
Yeah, Paquito open. It's going to be a Harith, though. So, again, this is, you know, this is his pick. This is Kozen's, one of his favorite, if not the favorite hero that he's got. You just saw an amazing game performance here from the previous match in game 1, so you might as well go ahead and get it. This is, so for this YSS, you still set it up, but you also can lean towards the Harith power spike later on if you have to.
I feel like either Eve or Gort might be okay here because there's not too many dives go in. So I feel like either Eve or Gort should be fine. And yeah, I feel like the Harith has so much kill potential even after first item. So again, that's just Pro Esports playing their map. As long as the map is open, we're going to split the front and the back, and they're able to do something with it.
We have a technical pause here. We're continuing on this draft. The importance of where we stand cannot be understated. Shin, Haidan Bush, Akashi picked for their team, obviously just in name right now. Not necessarily what they're going to be playing. The Mozkov instead is going to be going up against the Harith. The Yisun Shin, the Zushin, and the Uranus were left off of the ban list this time around, and Pro Esports will grab. As you see, sorry, I'm Felix on your camera. He said in response to, why is your name Sorry, I'm Felix? Well, just because when I go at you and I take you down, I want to say sorry for my actions. But then I want to introduce myself as well, Naisu, which is polite.
Yeah, I like how he, you know, he picked up the Sora in the previous game. You don't see Sora too often anymore, man. But, you know, he played it near perfectly. And a lot of the initiations that he had or the setups that he had, you kind of remind yourself like, oh, yeah, Sora. Still a threat when it is picked up, but you know, again, these XP options that are left on the table are important here.
Yeah, I feel like we just don't see enough Soras just because in lane some of these very tanky boys like the Barats, Alice, even the Uranus kind of makes the Sora feel a bit annoying to play. But hey, once you avoid or overcome that obstacle, hey, everything becomes fine. So now when it comes to the draft, looking back into it, I'm not 100% on Entity 7's draft for now.
What do you think about Barats?
Barats?
What do you think about it? It's available.
And I feel like it could... Wait, he wasn't banned. Oh, yeah. I don't know, because right now for Entity 7, kind of like the same as the first game, their draft doesn't answer the problem. And that's kind of a problem in itself. Even if they do pick up the Barats here, I don't necessarily feel like it solves a problem because then the Zushin as well as the Harith, they both can have Purify, and catching the Yisun Shin is going to be nigh impossible. So I think it's okay in lane. It's just that after that, I'm not so sure.
Okay, there's the Paquito you were looking to see. What rounds this out?
I'm thinking Eve is okay.
Yeah,
if not Eve, Gord.
I was going to say Eve or Gord. Gord is really taking a sit down too. Yeah, he's picked up. He's, you know, teams have kind of figured out how to play against him, but obviously you still have so much threat with his ultimate, the little bit of stuns.
I feel like Hylos is fine.
Yeah, Hylos could work here. You help with that slow or the speed up for your team. And even the stuns too. So this is, again, playing around your YSS, but this is a bit of a different game plan just because even if the YSS can't scale up the way you're looking for, then you lean towards the Harith. The Jushin too, even with that nerf, again, she's still a threat. It's almost like that, you know, the Sora to an extent where it's like, oh yeah, there's still a lot of utility that's available here to set things up for your favor on the team fight. And the answer is going to be the Gatukacha. So a good, sturdy lineup to go ahead and protect your members here if you're Pro Esports.
Yeah, I feel like they pick up the Gatot here just because the main threat is going to be the Moskov as well as the Paquito, and his passive works really well going up against physical damage dealers. So we'll see how it turns out for now. Pro Esports does seem to have a pretty good draft. It's only like, can the Houston Shin work out?
Well, we'll have to wait and see, guys. Not waiting too long, though, because Game 2 is right around the corner. Houston Shin's been a topic of conversation here at MSC. Over 5 days of play here on the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet. He's gone 1-6 so far. Will it be 1-7? Or will it be 2-6 and start to turn things around? It's Game 2. Maybe that's a little bit of a sneak peek of what's going to go down. We got Trex and Brigida on the call. Let's see if Pro Esports can move themselves into the knockout stage.
We're jumping back in. It's match point for Pro Esports, but if we take anything from game number 1, it's that Entity 7 will push them to their limits. Taking a look at the drafts, Brigida, I am a fan of Entity 7's draft here. So much combo play, so much ability to just work together, and even if one member misses a skill, someone else can back it up. Pro Esports, on the other hand, they went for this YSS, and the only time we've seen the YSS work so far, which is once, is with the double fighter. They take the risk, they pick up Kuzan on a comfort pick with this Harith. Do we think it's worth it? Do we think this can work?
That's something we figure out here, because even their mid-duo, right, feels like it's been patches ago since we last saw them both together. But now that's not looking great, Rex, to answer your question. As of now, Pro Esports are not making it is worth it.
And this is where one of my thoughts on why the YSS has trouble. It's such a high crowd control meta right now. And when we take a look at Entity 7, literally every single hero on their lineup has some form of, if not big, but at least small crowd control. Small stuns, big AoE stuns all around the board. And it's gonna make Coily's job so hard here, especially with the fact that they don't, ooh, a little bit more action.
Mystic Injunction, that's gonna be PP, a very tanky hero though, but yes, they might look small, but they could eventually become bigger. They could link up. You mentioned it, the hero synergies you're seeing. It's an Atlas Guinevere all over again, and we've seen countless times these two heroes being played together. If he goes down too, that's really, really bad for Pro. Both carries have been taken out, but there might be a trade here. Coily finding Hide on Bush.
Surprise Hide on Bush re-engaged on that one. I felt like maybe he'd just go for the runaway. Maybe didn't expect the Mountain Shocker to get the stun. Maybe he thought he could get a quick final Requiem off, he could get the stacks off, but he does go down. Still not a horrible trade for Kuzan, but the thing is, it does give Pro Esports some time to tie things up here.
Yep, and they will try to secure this objective for themselves. Hide on Bush jumping in, Mystic Gush together to the burst is coming through for E7, but PP still alive. Does finally get taken out though. He needed a flicker. Akashi needed the flicker to get that, and on the other hand, Soria and Felix, the zoning, he's done. It's just so much for Pro. Coily got enough space to get the objective, and Sa's still alive.
How did Hide on Bush stay alive there though? Sorry on Felix. Brings him down to about 10%, but Akashi goes down. Coily able to get a quick pick off, and just when it felt like Entity 7 may have gotten a lead there, Pro Esports escape with a decent trade along with their Lord. I mean, along with Turtle.
Kuzan knows them in force. Baggin doesn't have the Fatal Links too. PP will be there to help them just a bit, and Doom might not go for the follow-up and re-engage. Still level 3, but he's about to get it really, really soon. There you go. But it wasn't in time to find a punish onto Kuzan. So at least for now, Pro Esports, they are behind in terms of kills, but somewhat because they were able to just allow Coily to bounce back, I think that's what really matters the most for now. They at least kind of recovered what went away or what nearly went down for them in terms of their win con. But PP? Oh, he has no way out of that.
No way out at all. A small pick off for Entity 7. You know, you mentioned it. Coily getting those 2 kills is huge, especially after taking the death early on. It's what you want in this YSS. He needs to be able to scale, especially with the odds that are stacked against him. With how much crowd control's out there, every hit's gonna matter, and he needs to make sure the damage is stacked up, and that's what you want to see from YSS in these types of fights. Luckily, Sara and Felix also doing a decent job. He's taking a death, but Akashi has as well. Death's pretty spread out amongst the field.
Hide on Bush. The way that they're able to constantly engage and do it alongside Bagan, I think is something Pro Esports really need to pay attention to. You kinda are put in a spot when it comes to using your phraseless. Coily and the amount of ways that he needs to dodge everything, I think, is eventually going to take a toll on them. If Pro Esports are not able to create enough space, and the way it's looking right now, it's only Soria and Felix who can afford to do that. PP might be someone you expect to go in a bit later, especially with the AOG. Well, you see right now, they're both holding the turtle. Both mid duos will show up.
Kashi does get that Hunter strike in right before this fight. Might be able to do a little more damage, a little more speed.
Oh, Kuzen. Is he going to use the Zaman Force now? Akashi onto Kuzen right now. Does force out the Zaman Force. Soria and Felix too, trying to go for the zone. Akashi has a lot of damage. Mountain Shocker already used. It's Pro Esports taking control of the objective. E7 couldn't even get close.
Yeah, Kashi thinks he can go for Kuzen, but wait a second, little damage.
Why? BB actually jumping in with the AOG. Does block off a couple members from E7, but it's actually Saw going to go down. Akashi finds him and PP next. Soria and Felix, does he still want to go in? He finds a trade onto Shin, but are they still gonna fight this? Kuzen showing up, does have the Zaman Force again. He's going after Hide on Bush this time. But the dash is too much! Now it's Akashi! Trying to find a punch! Soria and Felix with the help! And Kuzen gets out alive, but Doom doesn't want to be there!
What are you doing? Not like this! Jumps in thinking he's going to be the hero. Jumps in thinking he can save the day, but Coily was ready and waiting. The back and forth of that last fight. And I mean, let's be honest, both teams made some mistakes. Both teams threw some bodies in when they shouldn't have. On the boss side, Doom gets 1v2'd. Soria and Felix makes his way up to try to help out. And honestly, this is not a bad play. Look at the amount of damage Soria and Felix is able to output. Gets the kill onto Shin. And at this point, E7 has to back off, but Koizen's not done yet. He's under the tower. And the fight should have ended there. Once Koizen backs off and Akashi's back off. But for some reason, Doom felt like he could be the hero.
We gotta see Doom Moskov last night, or Doom carry game 1, who was very particular and cautious of his positioning, because he's getting caught a lot more often than we expected him to be on this Moskov so far in this game. Kuzen, another Zaman Force already used, and Hide on Bush. He is no longer afraid to deal with him. Even without the Purify, Kuzen was just ready to take that fight on. So we're seeing another turtle in just 4 seconds. E7 have yet to take a single one over to their side. Can they actually make it and position themselves around it this time?
Yeah, it's definitely important for Entity 7 to maybe try to gain some ground here. They're down about 3k gold though, so if they lose another big fight, it could look very similar to game number 1. So honestly, smartest move at this point, just give it up, look for play elsewhere. Doom is on top side, gonna be able to farm, take advantage of that, maybe get a tower somewhere on the map. But Coily already on his way back up along with Saw, and Doom doesn't know they're coming.
Yeah, Soria and Felix is just someone E7 are having a hard time dealing with at this point. You really want to expect the damage from Shin, but there's not enough ways to just hold down Soria and Felix on this Uranus. Enough time for the Mystic Gush to just really shred him down. Also has the Purify, so that adds to the problem. Out there onto Fakin. Does have the perfect match. Is going to be safe, but even then, right, they gave up the objective, but I don't think we saw any trades across the board. Not even that tier 1 up top was dealt with by Doom, and I think it's also about time they kind of feel a bit more pressured, because Pro Esports, they're just dealing with all of the win conditions one by one.
And the position on Pro's map right now, they've got their bases covered, right? It's always 2 on one side, 2 on the other. As Coily kind of rotates around, they are going to kind of conjoin into this mid-tier 3. That's the last tier 3 that they want to try to capitalize and take to open up this map for themselves. But they are strangling Entity 7 right now, cutting them off from all entryways to try to take any towers from Pro. And if one of them does go off alone, it could be a death sentence. Speaking of death sentences, Begin should be able to get away here.
Begin's only on the Radiant Armor as of now, and you're seeing at least 2k gold leads between the junglers and the gold laners of both E7 and Pro. It's not looking good if you're waiting for the damage to come through for E7, because you have a lot of setup. You have a lot of ways to just target members from Pro Esports, but without the damage, it is gonna be very, very tough. Akashi though, holding this bush.
There's too many of them. I don't know if that's a safe play right there. Hanging out, hiding out, keeping vision. He's a spy in enemy territory right now.
He's not moving.
Just don't move, don't breathe. You know, see how long he lasts. Lord is going to be up, and this honestly not the most horrible position for Akashi, but he is going to make his way up. They know that Pro Esports want to rush this. Hide on Bush, might try to look for the engage.
Okay, Vagian, does he find one now? Uses the perfect match, but doesn't find a setup yet. Going with the Crimson Pico, they just want to lock onto Akashi, and they find a mega kill for Coily there. Kozin now with the Diamond Force, does force out the Purify using the Fatal Links, but they don't get to capture him. And now it's going to be Sorry and Felix targeted, but with the Purify out, he's still going to be okay. AOG in for PP. They're going to set up with a trade. Spatial Migration onto 2. SOD! But can Doom make a difference? That's a stun from Shin, but Pro already got what they want. It's just the Lord.
Pro takes the Lord, losing nothing. So many utilities wasted. I'm sorry on Felix that by the time Doom shows up, there's just nothing to hold Pro down. But E7 doesn't want to stop.
Okay, concentration. No Purify. E7 probably wanted to go for him, but it's still a Uranus. He can still make it out alive. Now E7 have to deal with another Lord Siege incoming for Pro. This is nothing new to them, though. But the wave clear, I guess it can be handled. It's a Moskov and a Gord in their hands either way.
Yeah, they definitely have opportunity to defend against this Lord push. Pro Esport, the major objective is definitely take these tier 2s and try to maybe get one inhibitor. Holy Defense is up on that top lane, so not a whole lot. They may not be able to get that, but a second wave in coming after, if Pro looks for the re-engage, or if NT7 makes a big mistake and comes too far out, that could be the advantage that Pro's looking for here.
Okay, Mountain Shocker in, Doom gets caught, Mystic Push forced out too from Shin, and now they're already gonna take out all turrets except for the base turrets here for E7. This is a lot of control going over to Pro Esports alongside the Holy Shields too, so I think they will be very happy with what they've been able to take, at least with this first Lord.
Yeah, they get the tier 2s, they don't break through, which means Entity 7 has a little more life to spare. They still need to play it safe, because if there's a big team wipe, trying to contest a Lord, or you get caught off guard, then Pro can definitely end things. But if they play it safe for another few minutes, which we've seen them do before, they can even survive another Lord push, honestly, as long as they don't mess this up. Like you mentioned, they have great siege potential. They can hang out in the base, they have the magic push, they have Doom who can shred, and they have Akashi who can defend anyone who tries to jump in. So the possibilities are there. Taking a look at the items, taking a look at the gold spread, Kuzin once again is so far ahead of Doom. It's been 2 games in a row where Doom locks in his 3rd item so late in the game. And yes, we're going to start to see that shred, but by now it feels a little bit too late, because even Sarian Felix so ahead of his opponent in the XP lane. It's just problems all around the board for Entity 7.
Yeah, I think they'll have to wait for a moment where they could just really rely on sheer damage to deal with Pro. Because at this point, if they just really want to go for the setups, the captures, I think these 3 Purify spells you're seeing on the side of Pro will not make it easy for E7 to pull off a combo like that, unless they find ways to force it out and actually target on specific members of Pro. But that's the thing, the damage is spread out. It's really, really well spread out, and now Sorry and Felix tanking a majority of the damage, already forced to use the consecration, but in exchange, why was Vagian there all alone? There was no follow-up, no one nearby from E7, even if he wanted to go for the setup on Kozin.
Well, Vagian was looking for Kozin. Everyone else focused on Asari on Felix once again. Entity 7 shouldn't even be starting fights right now. I get it, maybe look for a pickoff, but don't force anything at all. Let Pro Esports come to you. That's where your advantage is going to be. Let them dive into you, back up, and look for the re-engage. You have the crowd control to do that.
I guess it was also a desperate attempt. They really wanted to at least get something right, because we were failing to see trades from E7 ever since Pro Esports were able to bounce back. Ever since Coily was able to find those 2 kills, which made that kill towards Coily in the first minute of the game almost insignificant already. So it's Pro Esports with an almost 9K gold lead. Very, very similar to what happened in game number 1, Trex. But does Pro find an easier way to close it out this time? They have a lot of tools to engage. They have Sorry and Felix, they have an AOG, and even a Crimson Beacon from Sa, so they could just catch them by surprise. But the question is, they have to calculate it well enough. And will they be able to do so now against E7?
Alright, so NT7 just has to hold strong under these towers as Pro makes their engage. Nice mount, Shocker!
The engage actually came from Coily! It's not from anyone else, and now it's Kuzen's really taking down this base turret in mid together with the Zaman Force. They're gonna transition to the top. Hide on Bush trying to defend it as much as he can. Vagan going in too. Does he use the Fatal Links now? He does, but doesn't catch anyone. Hide on Bush on the spatial migration does find Kuzen and force out the Purify, but he's gonna get punished just the same. It's Doom left to defend. They had to make room for Doom to defend.
Lagine catches no one and barely gets all the Purifies out. Sorry, and Felix gets Consecration back.
Oh.
This is bad for NT7.
Vagan doesn't have the ultimate anymore. Akashi waiting for the perfect timing, but Kuzen with the Zaman Force is just bursting everyone down! AOG doesn't allow to anyone, but Coily already goes in! Pro Esports, they have the base within reach! The minions have spawned, but they have another wave coming down pod! But E7 are pushing them out! SOD doesn't connect. Flying Cloud from Akashi, where does he want to go? Sorry, I'm Felix being traded down. Consecration! They finally find a target and take down one!
They gotta go back to the base though. There are minions down. They finally put another kill on the board after multiple minutes. We're back to a 15+ minute game, Brigida. NT7 somehow still surviving. We did predict that since they had all inhibitors up, the defense was possible. It definitely could have been cleaner, maybe not lose all 3, but NT7 is once again in this position that they were in game number 1. Once again, they need to not make the mistake of jumping in. Don't force it. Be careful if you do.
Okay. Hide on Bush nearly caught someone there, but that's just all gonna be for this tier 1 in mid. And yes, E7, how are they able to do this every single time? In every single game that you see them. Even if they don't get a hold of the early game, they just find a way to at least push the game to a much later time. And that is when you expect Doom to really hit his power spike, right? We're approaching 20 minutes in the game. All members are almost at level 13 to 15. Pro Esports, though, they want to rush this. They don't want to allow for E7 to find any opportunities. But Vagan looking from behind.
From the back.
From behind.
From the back.
He's going to find anyone he can, but it's taking a while. Does land the Fatal Links and the shutdown from Shin!
Kuzen able to find Shin, that's huge. Zaman's Force drops and Kuzen's still popping off. But on the top side, Doom. Base race, Akashi on.
Okay,
Akashi's got to get back.
Yep, PB and Kuzen are looking to use this wave down bottom. Doom already recalled as well, but the Zaman Force is already here. Does Kuzen use it now? They don't just yet. They're trying to deal with the poke. There you go, Zaman Force. Spear of Misery from Doom, pushing him out. But they have another wave. Can they create enough space? They want to go for the end, but Doom's defending to the best of his capability. Sa already almost going down. A flicker from Doom! Pro could not fight.
Pro, maybe look for the re-engage. No, they didn't go for the Lord. They wasted their time trying to come into the base, and now NT7 is on the chase. SOD onto Kuzen.
Oh, Doom wants to go behind the kill on Kuzen. Purify forced out as Vagan lands the Fatal Links, and now it's PP who's looking to go down. Coily finds a Mountain Shocker onto Vagan, but the flicker from Akashi! He finds Kuzen, but he goes down too!
Now Doom continues to push forward as NT7. This might be the time to back off. You got your target. You finally killed Kuzen, but at what cost? Akashi goes down. This is reminiscent of the previous match before as NT7 tries to rush the Lord. It's Hide on Bush versus Coily once again.
Okay, Consecrations. Ryan Felix already using it as well. He's being shredded down by Doom right now. Coily's still alive though. It's a concealed play from PP. The knock up onto Vagan, and there goes the taunt. It's on to Hide on Bush. He has the spatial migration out of here, but it's Coily, and there's Doom with the SOD. Kashi finding idle push first. AOG doesn't land onto anyone. It's Doom making things possible all by himself. But can he? He's being chased. He's being chased.
It's a 1v4 right now. Doom against the world, getting free hits. Can they stop him?
Sorry, Felix, you're starting to feel the damage. Doom, though, he's surviving, but not for long. It's finally a pickup by Pro, and they have the Lord marching in mid.
Shin now also getting cornered. The magic gush to find Coily.
Salmon force from Kuzen doesn't make it, but it's enough. Shin cannot defend this all alone, Akashi. It's all on you, but they don't care. They just need the minions. Pro Esports make their way to knockouts and sweep NTT 7-2-0.
It was quite the roller coaster for Pro Esports. From an amazing victory on day 1 to taking a loss and getting sent down to the lower bracket to 2 grueling games against Entity 7. They finally secure their spot in the top 8. They finally secure their spot in the knockout stages.
It's unfortunate you saw a bit of disconnect here and there. NTT 7, they definitely wanted to do different things across the map, and they tried as much as they could, but the synergy just didn't work out for them in terms of their heroes. And what we once thought was a really good start was just turned around immediately by Coily, finding all the kills in the early game, allowing him to get back almost immediately. This is one of the instances you see a Yi Sun-shin work, and Pro Esports have done a great job at showing us how.
I mean, Entity 7 as well, you're right. This is a perfect example of a team that off pure will and force can try to go the distance. They took down TLPH yesterday, and today they did everything they could to hang on in this series. Sadly, Pro Esports was able to keep it together for them, but for all the Cambodian fans out there, they're going to be moving forward, and for all the fans out there, we got an interview ready for you on the stage now. Take it away, Rose.
Pro Esports officially heads to the knockout stages after eliminating Entity 7 in a clean sweep. And right now on stage, we actually have Kuzen for a little bit of a post-match interview, who said he's more nervous for this interview than the game that he played just now. How are you, Kuzen?
Okay lang po. I'm good.
He's a little jittery. He's shaking a little bit. Now, Kuzen, let's talk about game 1. Come here closer. I won't bite. Don't worry. Let's talk about game 1. Game 1, you guys had such an amazing lead, and you even broke records by getting 18 kills. But you guys almost also lost that game. What happened in that game?
Feel ko po dahil sa mahirap din po kasi yung parang comms po namin kasi magkakaiba po kami ng mga language, parang kaya nangyayari po talaga yung mga ganun sa amin. Kaya parang sa susunod na lang po parang i-review na lang po namin yung mga game namin para maayos yung mga ganun.
So he said actually in game 1, he felt that it was more towards the comm difficulties that they experienced in game, as most of the players actually speak in different languages, which means that during critical moments, it's very hard for them to actually coordinate and organize their thoughts. And Kuzen, you are going further and further from me. Let's not go too far, it's getting harder. So how did you guys manage to keep composure knowing that you guys almost lost such a big lead?
Sa akin po parang inano ko po yung sarili ko na di po ako pwede mawala sa laro kasi ganun na po yung nangyayari sa game. Kaya parang positive na lang po buong game. Parang hindi ko na po iniisip parang reset lang po talaga.
I see. So he said that he actually had a mindset during game 1 that he just needed to lock in. He needed to be positive. He needed to just keep his head in the game because he cannot be outside of the game, or that could potentially cause an upset for the side of Pro Esports. Now, finally securing your knockout stage tickets, what are your expectations moving forward?
Siguro po sa susunod na mga kalaban namin, hindi na po namin iniisip, parang gagalingan na lang po talaga namin yung focus po kami sa team namin. Parang feeling ko kaya naman po namin makapalag dito kasi nakaabot po kami ng ng top 8 ay knockout stage po kaya feel ko para sa akin po kaya.
He said he feels like they were actually do really good moving to the knockout stages. You know, it's been such a journey. It's a roller coaster for pro esports here in the group stages moving forward. I'm pretty sure this young man over here is more confident to play the game than to talk to me. You know, one more time. Later on, you guys will be having a draw where the 2-0 seed pool will choose from the 2-1. Who do you think will choose you guys?
Hindi ko po alam eh, pero baka ano po, sorry po. Baka Vamos po yata, Vamos po, or Yangon, hindi ko po alam eh.
Why do you think Vamos is gonna pick you guys?
Baka ano po, isipin din nila kami na yung pinaka pwedeng makatapat po nila ganun. Pero tingnan lang po natin, parang ano.
He said he thinks that Vamos actually might choose them, but we'll see later on. Do you have a message for Vamos if they do pick you guys later?
Sa Vamos, wala naman po, parang ano. Good luck na lang. Galingan na lang natin lahat.
No message for Vamos. Good luck to us, and you know, let's do our best. Any message to the fans back at home?
Sa lahat po ng mga may mga Pinoy din po dito. Maraming salamat po sa mga sumusuporta po sa amin kahit ano. Dala-dali pa rin po namin yung ano, bansang Pilipinas. Saka sa lahat po nanonood dito, mga sumusuporta rin po sa akin, maraming salamat. And sa girlfriend ko rin po and sa family niya. Tapos sa lahat po ng pamilya ko.
Kuzen said that, you know, thank you very much to all of the supporters, especially to the Filipinos in the arena that are showing the support for pro esports. He'd also like to say thank you to his family, his girlfriend, his parents, and all that kind of stuff. So are you ready to crush some keys, Kuzen?
So, ready na po.
All right, pro esports, come on over. Who wants to crush some keys? Who's going to be the one pushing? Who? Will Kuzen be pushing? Who will be pushing? Who wants? It's okay, we'll decide as we walk. Come on. Okay, we'll decide as we walk. Who will be crushing? Who will be crushing? You? Sino magka-crush ng keys? Kuzen? Okay. Coily is gonna do it. All right, guys. You may take your position. Coily, you may head to the lever, and to the rest of the pro esports boys, you may actually watch. Watch close. And there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. Pro esports officially ending the journey of Entity 7 here at MSC at EWC 2026. All right, let us see the key and show it to the camera. Wow, such an amazing journey for Entity 7. Let's show it over to the desk to break down what happened in this series.
What happened indeed. Entity 7, the talk of the town, and probably still will be for the next 24 hours at least, have gone down. Their key crushed, their hopes for bringing the Americas a championship here at MSC now down the drain. However, they have done a lot here, I will say, and have certainly represented their region very, very proudly. So you should be happy with all that you've completed here, Entity 7. Hold your heads up high. And like Eternal likes to say, we'll be waiting. We'll be waiting for the next iteration. Rain Day and Naisu, and of course, LaFell back on the desk, guys. What do we say after this one? It was a 2-0 from Pro Esports and Entity 7. Key crushed.
The key crushed, but you know what? They made a statement around the world, I feel like. So they'll still go home, and hopefully they hold their heads high. They unfortunately couldn't move forward to the knockouts, but you know, to take down an opponent like TLPH is a statement in itself. And again, it's also showing just how strong Cambodia is right now with pro esports and this lineup that's going to be going into the knockouts.
Yeah, we saw levels of the meta. They were catching up originally, and then they found their footing, and that's where the surprise from Team Liquid PH was shown. But then when they came up against Pro Esports, who I thought played really well, they had moments of ups, moments of downs. It seemed like they were a more complete team. They understood what this tournament was about, and they're ready to ride that momentum, LaFell, into the knockout stages.
Yeah, I feel like they definitely have a few things to fix, right? Especially when it comes to ending the game, because it's clear that the early as well as the mid is looking pretty strong.
Yeah.
Because in this game, I would say they were able to capitalize on the mistake of Entity 7, where I feel like Entity 7, they rushed through the draft, right? Because they picked up the Moskov quite early because they were really hoping for a pure assassin pickup in the jungle. But then they saw that and it's like, hey, there's no Claude, there's no Ling, there's no Fanny, there's no Harara. All the natural predators overusing and Shin is no longer in the game. That made the draft look so good for pro esports. But again, they think that Vamos could pick them during the draw later on. We still don't know who they're going to pick up later, but still, there's a lot of things that they need to brush if they want to move even further into the competition.
Take a look at the back end as well, and going off your point, Coily has made every character, every hero that he's played look good. Talk about his impact, Naisu, and also the fact that we get another win here for YSS.
Yeah, it takes some work to get YSS a win, and that's exactly what the team had to do here from Pro Esports to allow Coily to be able to do that. There was also just some really good usage of their team fight potential with this. Again, Kozen getting that Harith, being able to be very proactive on it. A lot of the times it was space provided, not just for the YSS, but for Kozen to do the same thing.
Yeah.
And, you know, again, that's why that lineup, that draft that we saw from Pro Esports worked so well. And there was also a couple oopsie moments that we saw from Entity 7, which I feel like further it kept
Doom
them
on the
from,
cloud?
Yeah.
Doom on the cloud? Yeah.
That's one of them.
All right.
That's one of them. It kept them from snowballing into the game.
And yeah, that's why I say I kind of feel like I don't want to pick on the interview, but they did say like a little bit of a lack of preparation.
No, that's a good point. That's
Right?
a good point to make. And I think Eterna showed her surprise at that answer, LaFell. It's not normal we hear that. We almost never hear that.
And this is why I discussed with Briggs that we both agree that sometimes it's okay to lie, right? Even if you didn't prepare, just like, oh yeah, we did everything
We know
that we can.
everything about
Right,
that.
but we'll see what happens in game. And it's just unfortunate that, yeah, maybe they just use all their strength, their energy on TL, and even they didn't thought they would make it through. So they're like, wait, we're still here? What's the next step again?
I mean, you learn a lot when you get to a tournament like this, right? I mean, you learn if you're LATAM and you go and say, well, we lost, but we hopefully get some experience about that. And people are watching very closely. Hopefully that's happening behind the scenes as well. But Pro Esports is now the story. We have to continue with the winners, and they have a great journey ahead of them into the knockout stages. $100,000 earned for this team. That is a big deal no matter how you slice it, no matter where you're from. And a big congratulations to be top 8. They've taken down essentially half of the competitors here at MSC. One more week to go. Can they do it again?
Hey, one more week. By the time we finish today, we'll send 2 more teams home, 2 more teams getting to the knockouts, and then it comes down to, you know, who's going to choose who. So I think once we get there, that's where the interesting things happen because, you know, this group stage has been very fun. I feel like, again, it's been very refreshing in comparison to our previous iterations of MSC at EWC, and hopefully we get to see more of it in the knockouts.
I agree. Totally. It's really great that we have a chance to talk to these players so often. It's very hard for them to do these interviews, but we love it when they give us the ability to. The man who's not only picking for the team, helping to draft, helping to play in his role, helping to edit YouTube videos maybe. I don't know what else he's doing. He's doing everything. Hydon Bush has had a chance to talk with Eterna as they exit MSC.
Hey everyone, we're backstage now with Hydon Bush from Entity 7. How was that match for you? What did you think went wrong?
அவன் மேட்ச் இப்போ எப்படி டாப் டியர்ல இருக்கும் அந்த மேட்ச் அந்த மாதிரி இருக்கும் டான்ஸ் கேம் அவன் எக்கோல இருக்கும்போது டான்ஸோட ரேஞ்ச்லாம் அந்த மாதிரி இருக்கும் பட் அதே மாதிரி தான் இப்போ எல்லாம் டவுன் ஃபால் மாதிரி நேற்று ரோஸா விளையாண்டா நிறைய இருந்துச்சு நாமான ஸ்டன்னிங் அதான் அதான் கரெக்டா கீழே இறங்குதான் ஒரு வாட்டி
அவனுக்கே ஃபாஸ்ட் ரியாக்ஷன் கேரளா அவனாலே இது பண்ண முடியல நவர முடியல முன்னாடி பாப்பால பின்னாடி இவன் யாரோ போறானே
அதான்
டைம் எதுவும் போவே
Como Aurora, Team Wiki de Indonesia, todos esos equipos tienen varias opciones para practicar. En cambio, en LATAM no hay muchas opciones, solo es en América, que es LATAM, de Perú, Chile, Argentina.
முன்னாடி என்ன செக்கீஸ் தான் டாப் அப்படின்ட்டு இருந்தாங்க ஏன்னா அவங்க ஒரு 2 எம்எஸ்சி வந்து நல்லா பெர்ஃபார்ம் பண்ணாங்க இப்போ வந்து கைடி கிடையாது செக்கீஸ் தான்
can scrim and practice against really high-end teams, but on our server in South America, we don't really get that opportunity. So when you play against the other countries in our region, you don't get that quality of scrims which other.
டெக்கீஸா கைதியா அப்படின்ற மாதிரி
இப்ப அவனே போயிட்டான், வெளியே போயிட்டானுங்க. இவன் இன்னும் விளையாடுறது
வெளியே போயிட்டாயே. பாவத்தை எதிர்பார்க்கவே இல்லை, எவனுமே எதிர்பார்க்கல.
கடைசியில போனது தெரிவிக்காது.
விக்கெட் வந்து எடுத்தோடனே வெளியே போவாங்க.
அந்த அளவுக்கு அப்படி எடுத்தானுங்க ரிப்போர்ட் எல்லாம். லைவ் இருந்துச்சுன்னு பேசுறாங்க ரெண்டு பேரும், கேரியும் இவனும்.
Teams had way before us. Jugadas que tú hiciste. ¿Tú específicamente te sientes bien de tu performance? ¿Te sientes orgulloso de lo que has hecho?
Me siento normal, o sea, sí me siento un poco orgulloso de lo que hice, pero siento que se pudo.
நேரம் 6-7 மணிக்கு ஆரம்பிப்பானுங்க.
ஆமா, ஏன்னா அவங்களுக்கு தெரியும் டிஆர்பி எப்படி எதிரும் இந்த மேட்ச்க்கு வேணுட்டே இருப்பாங்க. அதனால இதை கடைசியா வச்சுட்டாங்க. ஷெட்யூல் இப்படிதான் இருக்கும். நல்லா அந்த ஆன்டிசிபேட்டடா இருக்கிற மேட்ச் எல்லாமே கடைசியா
This rotten world. The one flower that must never wither. It's gonna be summer smile.
3 பேர் யூனிக் ஃபேஸஸ் விளையாடுறானுங்க ஒரே டீம்ல. EXP jungle, the ESP mates தான்.
Within the blissful hell of these fans, slaughter is the purest form of devotion.
கிளாசிக் போலாமா, ரால் போலாமா?
எதுனாலும் bro.
டியோ போல டியோ எடுத்துட்டாங்களா? ஆந்தா இப்பரா
ஐயோ
ஒரு நிமிஷம் டீம் இது
எம்எம் இல்ல வயசு போறீங்களா?
ஐயோ வயசு வர தெரியாது.
See value in me? You should. See value in me? You should.
full defense build தான் போணும்.
நான் full defense தான். ஒண்ணும் இல்ல. நீங்க full stack ஆன அல்ட் போடுங்க bro. மேஜ் என்ன ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணலாம்.
Welcome to Mobile Legends. 5 seconds till the enemy reaches the battlefield. Smash them. All troops deployed.
I'm ready whenever the money is. Not all worth can be quantified.
Enemy taking purple.
Los Pecados. Single-handedly. I can't afford to miss any clue.
Stack எப்படி
நீங்க ஃபர்ஸ்ட் கேம்
House Vance doesn't need friends.
போகும்போது
I do.
நான் போகும்போது அதுவும்
தேர்ட் ஸ்கில்லுக்கு எத்தனை ஸ்டாக் 2 ஸ்டாக்கா
ஆமா
கடைசி ஸ்கில்லுக்கு
ஃபுல் ஸ்டாக் 3 ஆர் ஃபுல் ஸ்டாக் வரும்போது இருக்கும்
No sweat.
First blood. An ally has been slain.
That's underwhelming. Face me.
இப்போ போட்டான் பாரு
சரியான ஊக்கு
ஆமாங்க
An enemy has been slain.
ஒரு ஸ்டாக்கு எனக்கு அந்த தேர்ட் ஸ்கில் வருது
தேர்ட் ஸ்கில் ஒரு ஸ்டாக் ஒரு அல்ட் சொல்றேன்
அல்ட் வந்து
ரெண்டே இல்ல 3 எனக்கு கன்ஃபார்மா இல்ல
Oh,
An ally has been slain.
That's underwhelming.
An enemy has been slain. Initiate retreat. The enemy has slain the turtle.
No questions asked. No secrets told.
Enemy double kill.
Greetings from Los Pecados. It should have been me, not him. To battle is to appraise your enemies, just with different instruments. Greed will be the doom of House Vance. Single-handedly.
Enemy battle spell on TV.
Hardly call that impressive.
Slain an enemy.
I claim both your life and money. No sweat. Just my eyes.
An ally has slain the turtle.
Nothing and no one deceives my eyes.
Mid pattern, John Misara.
Middle.
Face me.
An
Good
enemy
to ground
has
in
been
there.
slain.
They have put on.
An enemy has been slain.
Also mid वाला.
Your team destroyed a turret.
Also mid.
Single-handedly.
Enemy battle spell on CD.
Team destroyed a turret.
Kill.
Those who stared at my scar ended up having one.
Top, you on the top of the
Initiate retreat. An ally has been
Enemy ult on
slain.
CD.
bot line another mask on different.
Face me. Nothing and no one deceives my eyes. You get what you pay for. No questions asked. No secrets told.
Vandi varum.
Bot line
No sweat.
Enemy ult on CD.
Our turret has been destroyed. Our turret has been destroyed. Our turret is under attack.
The compass never stops moving. Neither do I.
Marksman kuro okay. Yeah, marksman tackle potro.
John அடிக்கணும்
இன்னும் சாகவே இல்லையா ஏன் பிடிக்க மாட்டேங்கான்னு தெரியல எனக்கு பிடிக்கலாம்
Greetings from Los Pecados.
Cyclops எல்லாம்
That's underwhelming.
என்ன நடக்குதுங்க பார்க்கணும் Hey,
It's not over yet.
Set position.
Our turret is under attack.
இருங்க லிங்க தான் பிடிக்கலாம் வந்து ஆடி இருக்கான்.
நல்லா ஹெல்ப் பண்றாங்க நம்ம டீம் எல்லாம் ஏன் தனியா போறாங்க தனியா போயிட்டாவா போட்டோம் சாவணும்.
Our turret is under attack.
சூப்பர். கமிட்டி நம்ம டீம்ல நான் தான் டைம் போல. ரேங்க் வாங்க போயிட்டு இருக்கான்.
எல்லா பேரும்
single-handedly. Face me.
Our turret is under attack. Our turret is under attack.
House Vance doesn't need friends, but I do.
John.
He has been slain. Your team destroyed the challenge. Attack.
Leo. கரெக்ட்டா ஊப் போட்டாங்கல ஊப் போடுறாங்க.
ஆமா.
ஸ்டன் பண்ணவே மாட்டேன்.
The compass never stops moving. Neither do I. I can't afford to miss any clue.
He has been slain. Our turret is under attack. Our turret has been destroyed.
Trust my eyes.
Ally has been slain. Enemy double kill.
Speed coming.
Greed will be the doom of House Vance. I'm not doing this for nothing.
Our inhibitor turret is under attack.
To battle is to appraise your enemies, just with different instruments.
Our inhibitor turret is under attack.
Lingama.
Our inhibitor turret is under attack.
கை போறாங்க.
இவங்க மட்டும் தான் இருக்கான்னு பார்த்தா எல்லாம் இருக்கு.
கை போறாங்க.
இவன் எனக்கு
Our inhibitor turret is under attack. Our turret has been destroyed. Our turret has been destroyed.
என்ன பண்றாங்க? ஹோம்வொர்க் பண்றடி. நான் பண்றேன்.
Coming back. Greed will be the doom of House Vance.
Under attack. Our turret has been
Wow.
Our turret has been destroyed. Our base is under attack. Defeat.
See value in me? You should.
அடுத்ததுக்கு வந்துட்டானுங்க இன்னும் யுரேனஸ் போயிருக்கலாம் ஒரு நிமிஷம் யுரேனஸை பார்த்துக்கலாம் இன்னும் மாட்டேது யுரேனஸ்
Uranus has awakened.
Uranus basic attack deals what's the level slow effector is to okay I'm slowing them by 2 seconds. That's all just forward application following them by 20. Nice also and so this sheet is supposed to be in the explanation. Okay வந்து நின்ட்டானுங்க கருப்பு ட்ரெஸ் நீ கருப்பு ட்ரெஸ் slow effects on insult. Oh buffer the ultimate return 200 HP and gaining 260 100 wait second it has directly gains the shield to see on this video. ஆரம்பிச்சிடும் நான் நின்ட்டானுங்க
அனௌன்ஸ் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்காங்க ஆமா 10 இயர்ஸ் ஆரம்பிச்சிடுவாங்க
கேட்கலாம் டீம் கேப்டன் யாரு கேப்டன் தான் இருக்காங்களா
சிக்கிஸ்
இந்த சைடுல
கைரி
இல்ல
கைரியா கீபாயான்னு தெரியல
கீபாய் தான் போய் கை கொடுத்துட்டு வந்தான்
கீபாய் தான் ஆமா கீபாய் தான் கேப்டன் ஆனா half an hour bro
இன்னும் half an hour so much போட்டுருக்காங்க
start in 29 minutes காட்டுக்குலாம் இருக்கும்
நான் இங்க வேற யூடியூப்ல பார்த்துட்டு இருக்கேங்க இந்த டைம் இது போடல
வெயிட் பண்ணு நானும் இதுல வெயிட் பண்ணு
டைம் இது போடல
டைம் போட இது ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணிடுவாங்க நினைக்கிறேன் ஆமா உட்காந்துட்டாங்க ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணிடுவாங்க
When open.
வெளியே போறான்னு தெரியல
பேருக்கு ஏற்ற மாதிரியே இருக்கிறாங்க இன்னசென்ட் வந்து யாரு ஓ எஸ்ஆர்ஜி இது சிக்கன் Okay.
Stop us from doing that. They like to scramble. They like to get into the scrum in rugby terms, right?
Yeah.
They're all just going to try and contest for the ball, which in this case is tempo. And I totally agree with you. If we look back at the two series that we've already seen here today, a lot of it is lack of information to make that correct decision. So here, I'm thinking about supports. I'm already thinking about people who can open up the map, because that's been a very big problem here at MSC. You try and open up the map and all of a sudden it's a 5v4.
All of these assassins just making it so much deadlier for roams and mids to go around. You really have to have someone who can face check real quick. And then even if you face check, even if your mid laner is one bush behind, you're just wondering, wait, oh, my mid laner's gone because I went ahead forward. It's such a difficult time for roam and mids, which is why, again, we go back to Kiboy and Sans with Stormy and Yumes, how they're going to handle positioning themselves in the river. Will ONIC go back to some really old favorites, such as the Kadita to surprise? We know when Stormy plays, when SRG plays, they like to put him a little bit more in the backside of the formation, a little bit more behind to really help support the gold laner. But how can you do that against a team that want to dive you literally with a Kadita?
I think that we talked about this. Actually, we talked about this in our second segment yesterday about the big trades, about how you should be able to dive with the right heroes. That Atlas trade has been put up onto the chopping block. They banned it out, so only Belric and Valentina are still available, but they also introduced the fact that we're also going to influence the assassins. Hirara is gone, and I think that SRG took a really big lesson yesterday after realizing that they can't just do the Ling Hirara trade without any punishment.
You got to get something, and maybe something on the other side. Somebody said the other day, sacrifice an arm to keep the body. And so maybe sacrificing some of the priority in the assassin matchup in order to get something else where you have the lead and can play around. Two teams, two different styles, one more aggressive, one more disciplined, maybe macro-driven and SRG. ONIC want to play freely. They've got the first pick available. I mean, the Ling is available. You also do have the Eudora, which certain teams have prioritized.
I think that as of right now, I don't know about you, the Belleric openings and Eudora openings have been kind of weak. I do think Ling's not a bad idea, but that just immediately tells SRG, hey, we got to start looking for a strong EXP laner to control that side of the map.
Yeah, you'll end up getting the Belleric Eudora most likely, and then the EXP, maybe Red 3, they pick up either the Uranus or the Barretts, whichever is open. But ONIC still decide to open up with the Belleric. They're willing to give up the Ling unless they're trying to signal to SRG, go ahead, pick up the Ling, we're ready for it. It will make you think. Right. Again, we've seen that Belleric get swapped over to XP very rarely, although most likely we are already seeing the roam pick here for ONIC. I wouldn't be that surprising too, because you still have some assassins on the board. Yeah, the Fanny's gone. If ever the Ling goes to SRG, you still have the Nolan that Kyrie plays with very well.
I think this is a three-step process, right? It is get the Belleric first, then pose the question to the opposite side. Do you want to show your mid laner? If you pick Valentina, then we can start choosing other mid laners that can attack your backline as well. Right. It's like maybe even Farsa, but this is under the assumption that that Ling is still part of the question. So we currently have 3 simultaneous equations going on, so algebra nerds, go at it.
Zushin, a great pick, usually on the ban list, and the Paquito, which is a great pick as well, because it doesn't show as many of your cards. We mentioned the hesitancy and the struggle maybe between the gold laners here on the fighter meta, but Paquito could be flexed to a gold lane. It's not a guarantee that he's not, even though it's most likely not the case, Renmar. So what does this set up for now, the answer with ONIC? I think you can go Barretts into EXP for ONIC.
Even Esme.
Esme possible too if you want to look at the matchup, but Uranus around. Uranus, I'm leaning a little bit more towards Uranus Barretts compared to the Esme, even though Esme is the normal counter that you see now up against a Paquito in lane, and they do go for the Uranus, that constant disrupt. You still end up getting the link for ONIC. I wonder if SRG are thinking about going back to Akai? No, it's going to be too slow.
I think the only scary thing is whether or not they're going to, see the previous games. They saw recall.
That's what I was just going to say. Paquito jungle, it's possible.
It is possible, but it's not one of my favorites here because, again, it falls off. That's the big problem with when you're facing up against Ling. Ling will naturally outscale you at level 15. Paquito is great in the early to mid stages of the game, but if you don't find that snowball lead, then it becomes impossible to get past the Belleric as well as the Uranus, which again, I think that ONIC have taken into consideration.
Question is also the underperformance of Ling. We saw some very high skill stealing performances in our previous match. But with Uni, there's already a confidence conversation. He feels like he has it, but you can't not understand you're here in this moment. And do you want to play Ling? And also, do you want to play Paquito? Because if you're saying he's not going to trust playing Paquito right away, coming in as he's going to want something a little more safer, then you kind of expect, okay, maybe that is the EXP lane, and we can understand their draft a little more. Well, we might be able to get a tell from SRG if ever the let's say the bans. They don't have to worry about the Esmeralda anymore, because I'm thinking that Harith is still going to go well for them. Harith has done very well against lineups with the Ling. Once you get your power spike, even though you're in the full team fight, despite you going up against a Belleric, as long as you get away from the taunt and the Wrath of the Dryad is gone, Zaman Force gets dropped, and that even sends any Ling back away from the fight. You get the tempo with the Cho to help scale it faster. You move the Paquito away from the gold, you put that in the EXP or the surprise jungle. I could see the vision in it. It could work out. What are they forcing mid here? I mean,
that's what I'm trying to figure out. I see the Eudora ban and it's like, but wait a minute. If we're trying to, I guess it could be a red herring. It could be saying like, hey, Paquito might not go into the EXP. He might go into the jungle, but just in case, we need to show as if we are going to lock in another assassin in Red 4.
I mean, that would have been a good mid pick as well, because with the Belleric, you don't need the Valentina as much. And so maybe just saying, hey, we're going to limit your options. Now you're going to pick something that kind of would have done a better job for us in this lineup. You're a little weaker as a result of that. This might actually be a jungle Paquito, because if you look at the Cho and the Juicing together, they're not a combo. But if you put the Paquito in the jungle, then you get the combo of the pick off and then burst it down right away. As much as you use Cho as a means to just get that little crowd control, a lot of its value really comes from the fact that you could -1 someone right away.
But that's on the assumption that you minus someone with a full damage build. And most of the time, and right now, I think they have lack of damage. They have no form of scaling. They have a great form of peel, great form of catch, but if he's building like War Axe nonsense like that and not second into Malefic Roar, I don't know. I don't see it happening.
I mean, you look at a great gold laner there and you see this team fight, you see the in and out and the pick-off potential from Ling. I mean, ONIC are looking very strong, very traditional in some ways, but very hard to beat.
Oh, this is good. This is good. Mid lane bans on the side of SRG, and should be a Melissa ban for the side of ONIC, right?
Melissa's not been played at all today. Banned, I think, once, maybe in our first set, but surprisingly not seen very often getting. What do you think that is? Because it's not a Melissa ban either. Just not worried she's coming out.
I think because they have potential answers to it, they can maybe try and get the resources out of it in a different, seemingly a different way. Because keep in mind, if you do end up picking Melissa, I think Sans is going to go for like Yi Farsa type nonsense.
Yeah, exactly. With the Valentina banned out, you can return to the E Farsa, and if ever SRG are thinking about going back to the tanks, if they show it now, tanks in the jungle, excuse me, if they show that now, then it's an easy Eve or Farsa pickup for ONIC. It's really up to you which one you think will mesh better with the lineup. If it's the Melissa, Ixia, anything like that, then the lack of dive maybe is what's gonna hurt ONIC. We did hear last time that the Melissa pickup from Yangon Galacticos was a mispick, and they didn't mean to pick up the Melissa, but it worked out well for them. But we go back to a possibility that we posed very early in the draft, and it is still gonna be the Harith for SRG. And yeah, it made sense with the Cho getting picked up, with them showing the Paquito, Jushin in the mid, it means that the Harith will be well supported.
I'm thinking about this. Is there a possibility of Leomord here if Farsa shows? I think that as of right now, they don't mind artillery mages because they've already got a couple of answers right here. If it's Farsa, for sure, they've got the Paquito to kind of disrupt that. They've also got the Cho to disrupt
Aurora.
As well. Aurora, a very interesting option. Very good for disengages as well, on top of re-engaging with some strong AoE from the Belric. That is a natural wombo combo.
Yeah, and that will make that Harith struggle really badly in team fights. Well, I mean, it just means that Innocent will have to really watch his timing even more.
I like this mid. One of my most played heroes in my limited experience.
It is very good.
But I lean towards having a little fun bias there on ONIC. The question is, do you like the Claude still? Is that enough? Claude versus Harith. Harith has been performing really well today.
Hey, it's a classic.
Yeah, it's a classic matchup. Seems like we've gone back a little bit in terms of, or we've limited a little bit the craziness of the meta that we've seen so far. And they go for the Hilda.
Huh? Interesting. Okay, so their entire lineup mainly is going to be focusing, like, utilizing this Hilda to be able to kind of, double up on certain things. But it does mean that we have confirmation that Uni is actually going into the jungle with this Paquito.
Yeah.
And now the early game is a lot harder because as much as Paquito is strong in that early game, with the added addition of Armor Shred from Hilda, they could set up some potential gank angles.
Yeah, and real quick, besides the roam mid, I'm just looking how the Uranus and the Hilda will be handling the lane and making their presence felt. Whoever has more presence will win it for the team.
Well, Paquito jungle. What a spicy way to kick things off. The one time we've seen it, it's actually won here at MSC. And of course, when you look at this battle and that trophy in the middle, both of these teams have lifted it. It's the Battle of Champions, but only one can go through. It's SRG versus ONIC for this third series of the day. And we've got Mirko and Trex ready to call the action. Fellas?
Thank you so much, guys. We're jumping into the land of Dawn. My name's Trex, and this is Mirko. We're going to be doing the live action on this game. We got two Titans ahead of us, Mirko. It's ONIC up against SRG in a tournament life match. Someone's going home. Someone's moving on to the knockout stage. Typical emblems, mostly all around. A little bit of tenacity, though, onto Stormy, just in case the defense for the possible aggression that could come from Kyrie and the rest of the team. But the big surprise pick here, and also surprise sub that we got to see yesterday, Uni, and he's already starting things off with the Paquito jungle. What am I looking for here? I'm looking for quick aggression, right? You have the Cho, you have something that wants to play quickly around the map, you have someone that's gonna have a huge power spike on this Paquito around level 3, level 4. If they can make some off-lane play and possibly get some decent ganks, maybe onto Kelra, maybe onto Loopy, maybe an invade onto Kyrie, that could be the win condition for SRG here.
Absolutely, man. I think that's exactly what they're gonna try to play around. Cram already with the Master Assassin on the hill that goes from XP down below to try to deny Kyrie a farm. They will be able to get a camp away from Kai. On the link with Uni. Walking up on the Paquito, taking the golem away. They'll still be able to get level 4 though, going up to the Lizard after the purple buff.
And killing spree as well on Uni here, right?
Yep.
So we're looking for big fights. We're looking for a lot of damage.
And it's just like, dude, I know we've been asking for this matchup, SRG ONIC, but to see it in the lower bracket as an elimination match instead of like a knockout stage match is just kind of sad. Just a tad bit sad.
Just a tad bit. Also a tad bit exciting.
Of course.
You know, we have to say this is also, it's unprecedented, but a lot of damage on Loopy up on the top side.
Doesn't even pop the consecration. He didn't expect that from the Master Assassin, Cram. Big pick up at the start of the game. Frigid Glacier now on Cram, but there's no follow-up. Cram able to walk up, and now it's going to be ONIC zone away from the neutral objective. Kai trying to go for the retry on his own purple buff. It's going to be free neutral objective again. Uni won't even retry it. He'll just be able to pick it up. And it's a slow game now as SRG take the lead.
And that's exactly what we wanted to see from SRG to make this composition work. ONIC has to be able to work around that. It's going to be a little bit more time for them to get to that point to be able to fight, especially picking up the Aurora. Yes, it's going to do well against some of these frontline fighters. You have the crowd control, but it's not a fast-moving mid lane. It's not an insane playmaker. That's something you would normally see Sans on. It's a slower hero. You get a lot of value and utility out of it, but it's not going to make those quick rotations that SRG is going to be making.
Those quick rotations for SRG up top as well, really threatening Ludpi earlier. Getting the pickoff is already massive for them to get the neutral objective, but then the whole team staying up top after taking a turtle, trying to abuse the fact that Ludpi had already used the Purify was also quite big. Made him a bit low. Also pops to the consecration for some reason up top there. Don't know if anyone really threatened him or it was just a mistap. But Ludpi will still be able to match this XP lead of Cram with an XP Crab take and a shove straight up.
Cram is playing this Hilda so aggressively, rotating around essentially the secondary tank, playing it almost like a roamer would the way he's playing on the opposite side of the river. Whoa! Great way the Dragon finds him into the knockout strike of Moody! Wrath of the Dryad to respond it over. Sounds walking up as well, but now it's going to be Keyboy in the midst of it all. Caught! Oh my god! Frigid Glacier comes around to peel Yums with the G-Kuno and the flicker. Sounds caught in the back spot, doesn't have the flicker. Cram with the swings of the battle axe. Uni! A triple kill against ONIC. This is huge for Uni. It's 4-0 right now.
Oh my god!
Whoa!
Great way the Dragon finds him into the knockout strike of Moody!
Way of the Dragon. And even though Keyboy tries to help out by popping that Wrath of Dryad, it's just not enough. The damage, this is what I was talking about. You hit that level 4, you hit that level 5. Early game spikes. We're only 4 minutes in, and that's the thing about the Paquito. No pun intended, it packs a punch. Insane damage in the early game.
I mean, what is he packing in those gloves to be able to hit like that?
They're weighted gloves, man. They're weighted gloves.
Someone's got to check it, bro. Away the Dragon. Technically, they got an MMA advantage right now. Cho and Paquito, bro. With the physical defense reduction of the Cho, together with the crazy damage early on, that burst of the Paquito, no wonder they've just been deleted from the map.
You got the two best fighters in the land of Dawn on one team. Why hasn't anyone thought of this before? SRG now with a decent lead. Can they convert it into something more? They're going to move on to the spot lane. If they can start taking towers this early on, it's going to be huge for them. Maybe get the lane swap in. Once they start taking some towers, Cram can get involved. ONIC has to find a way to slow the pace. And Keyboy and Sans hanging out in these bushes, that's kind of what they're looking for. But Sans gets found out.
Yep, on the Aurora is going to get completely taken out by Cram now as Ludpi gets away just a bit from that Lantern Flare. Almost fully stacked up. Keyboy waited in the bush for a bit too long, now gets thrown back. Way the Dragon into Uni again! Oh, this combo is just deadly!
Sadly, I gotta say, wait a second, more action at the purple buff.
Retry from Kai, the 4 blades as well, but SRG got away just in time. Innocent as well, a level ahead of Kelra. ONIC are already forced to play the scaling game.
I want to go back to where Sans got picked off just now. And if those two, Keyboy and Sans, would have been in a slightly different bush, more on their side of the river to where Keyboy was in the mid bush, Sans in the bottom, everything would have been better. But instead, they take the aggressive route and advance to SRG's side of the river. Even though they're behind, even though they're not in a position to be in that type of position on the map. And ONIC has to know what they're dealing with at 6-0. They cannot be the aggressive ones, not only in fights, but in positions on the map.
Way the Dragon into Uni, walking up. Oh, he walks away from the Wrath of the Dryad. Leaves him for the rest of the team, just in case ONIC try to capitalize on the Wrath of the Dryad. And this is where the question starts to come up. Oh, Kyrie missed the Defiant Blade on the wall. A bit of panic there. Cram got close. But the question again, Trex, and to everybody here, usually the Aurora is picked up with a combo, a Kaja, a Cho, someone with single target lockdown, and this time it's with a Belleric. Just feels a bit off.
Yeah, Belleric has to kind of search for it, and that means Sans has to constantly be there. And a big kick!
Sanzo has a passive there. Frigilation popped in as well. Scram's gonna be frozen on their turret, but man, perfectly timed knockout again. Uni in a back. It's gonna be Innocent with a pickup as well as Lutpi is gonna be slammed down to the ground. Another pickup for Innocent, a double. It's 10-1.
This is uncalled for at this point. The subbed in jungler, 5-0-4. This is his second game in MSC, and he is dominating the playing field. It's a mindset, right?
Where did Kyrie's health bar go? He almost got one shot by Uni.
Blue team turret has been
This guy got locked in for the items right now.
Absolutely.
Where's Uni at?
I have no idea where he's at.
Start off with a Hunter Strike, typical like that. Are we all
surprised he doesn't have
Are we into
Snipepiercer.
third item at this point?
Dude, this guy has to be worried. Uni's doing so good. Kyrie gets the orange with the red tree still. Holy moly, 5-0-4.
All right, so SRG have now converted this huge gold lead into multiple towers. Mid-tier 3 gone, top side all gone. And the way that SRG is moving amongst the map, they are just slowly compressing ONIC into their base. They've taken buffs. It is a tough game for ONIC. How do they even find a way out? And you said it. All they really have is Keyboy for the big engager. And for him to really get a surprise engage off, it has to be a flicker. Even Lutpi, this far behind, with the amount of damage that SRG has, he can't harass the way you want to on a Uranus. And in the past, Uranus could still do it at maybe 0-2, could still do it at a 6K gold deficit, but we've been seeing how much trouble Uranus has been having in the meta currently when you fall behind like this. So it's going to be a while, if ever, that ONIC can really come online and re-engage these fights. They're going to have to let SRG come to them and look for the counterattack.
Yep, Kai can only just red tree the purple buff. That means it's going to be free neutral objective unless ONIC get a pickup, but it's going to be SRG with a move. Sounds of the flicker out already. Yums! Jikuno with the flicker in the way. The dragon straight up with the Stormy Sky Piercer. Big Purify coming down now. Kelrick is able to get the Blazing Duet down into the back line as well. Stormy melted down by the god in the gold lane. Kai with those plays picked up now as SRG are still able to get a 2-for-2 trade.
Very well done by ONIC though, Kelra. We fail to talk about Kelra. He's 2-0.
That means it's going to be free neutral objective unless ONIC get a pickup, but it's going to be SRG with a move. Sounds of the flicker out already. Yums! Jikuno with the flicker in the way. The dragon straight up with the Stormy Sky Piercer. Big Purify coming down now as Kelrick is able to get the Blazing Duet down into the back line as well. Stormy melted down by the god in the gold lane. Kai with those plays picked up now as SRG are still able to get a 2-for-2 trade.
Very well done by ONIC though, Kelra. We fail to talk about Kelra. He's 2-0-1.
It really looked very dicey, but he was able to get those stacks back up, get the damage reduction out so that it doesn't die to Kelra on the Blazing Duet. But Yums, he's had one member in his eyes. It's just Sans, dude. Every time. Walks up, sees Sans, especially when he flickers. Boom, Yums is on him.
All right, ONIC, they do have some ability to defend here, right? Retry down for the purple buff. Kyrie is able to get it. It's going to be helpful in this next big push as Kelra moves forward. And SRG, I think at this point, take these tier 2s. If you get anything more, it's definitely a bonus. But with a 7K gold lead, they could try to force things open.
Oh my god. On the Uranus taking that much damage. Holy shield. Procs in the end, and the charge still comes through. SRG now looking to get 2. Holy shield's down before the 12th minute of the game. Innocent popping that damage again. The synchro fish in doing work.
It's a scary bottleneck to come into against ONIC right now, even with the gold advantage.
Oh, no wonder. Look, Holy Crystal picked up already on a Harrod. 11 minutes in, and he's on the way to the Divine Glaive.
It's definitely trouble for ONIC, but SRG respects the composition, right? You walk into that tower, you get hit by a big Frigid Glacier, you get hit by any of those big AoE skills, the possibility is there for a quick table flip, a quick turnaround by ONIC, so SRG has to play this smart. They can't brute force ONIC base open right now. 60 seconds for Lord, they just freeze lanes.
Solid for SRG. No real reason for them to push the tempo anymore. No real reason for them to take any risks. They have the lead. They can play it safe. Heck, Cram can take a beating as well, and he can get away from it. It's all good. Divine Glaive for Sans, though, and it's only his second item.
4.8 gold.
That's painful. Kelra able to spot Yums in that bush.
4.8k gold.
This is going to be big right now. Yums going to go for the cut right now. It's Kelra. He's going to get caught as well. Blazing into it. Popped in. Oh! A kick, but it's going to get canceled. Now it's Stormy. Dives in, picks up the kill with the Sky Piercer and the Lantern Flare. Kyrie with the blades. Uni jump in, and again, the Purify out for Lutpi. But Kelra has finally been taken out.
2-for-1 trade for SRG right in front of the base, 10 seconds before Lord. It's exactly what SRG needs.
Able to spot Yums in that bush.
4.8k gold.
This is going to be big right now. Yums going to go for the cut right now. It's Kelra. He's going to get caught as well. Blazing into it. Popped in. Oh! A kick, but it's going to get canceled. Now it's Stormy. Dives in, picks up the kill with the Sky Piercer and the Lantern Flare. Kyrie with the blades. Uni jump in, and again, the Purify out for Lutpi. But Kelra has finally been taken out.
As well, so if Uni does start to fall off, that's going to be their next saving grace. A beautiful engage. Keyboy tries to stop it. He almost saves Kelra. He almost stops the big advance, but Kelra still gets caught off.
And this is the right side of that double-edged sword for Stormy. So many times in this tournament, he's going in, you know, even flickering forward, Crimson beaconing forward, and it just looks awkward. But that's where you find, you know, the benefits of having this crazy aggressive style on your mid lane on Stormy. When it works amazing. That shot into Kelra. This is such a good turret to take as well, man. It's going to be the far lane up there. Wait the dragon onto Lutpi for Glacier. Able to lock him down just for a bit as Yums is able to flicker out of it. Frozen Innocent. No Purify burnt out. Lord going to be dealt with as well. And SRG are happy with just the base turret on the far lane.
Clock is ticking though. They're at 10k. I think one more base turret could be helpful. Kelra getting faster and faster as this moves forward. Kyrie also, even though it's an assassin jungle, it's gonna start scaling eventually. SRG has to be careful about how long they want to let this game last.
I think at this point, SRG, they should be still very, very comfortable. Yes, ONIC have that scaling, but as long as SRG play around these side lanes, utilizing that advantage, there's not much ONIC can do, right? Because with this kind of composition, SRG can actually still blitz around the Lord. Now, once we get into Evolve Lord territory, that's where it will get kinda dicey for SRG, because then I don't think they will have enough firepower to burst the Evolve Lord. But for now, it's still chill.
All right, so basically ONIC just needs to survive this next one, right? Survive this next push. We get into Evolve Lord territory, taking a look at items.
3 more minutes.
3 more minutes. I mean, they have 2 inhibitors left. They have 2 inhibitors left. It's going to push down the top. I'm just saying it is possible.
It is.
Kyrie, Kelra, Lutpi, all of them have been playing a good game. Anyone else in SRG might have tried to finish this a little bit earlier. Anyone else with a 10k gold lead, they might have tried to shove things in, but the respect is there, and I'm wondering almost, is it too much respect? Are they playing too passive here? Kelra now also looking at almost getting maxed out on items. Kyrie, fully stacked as well. All they really need at this point is Lutpi to catch up, Keyboy to catch up, so that you actually have a bit of a front line to survive the damage that Uni, Innocent, and Stormy are bringing.
For sure. I think the biggest gap right now has to be between the frontliners, man, because the damage dealers, as you mentioned as well, they're on the way to their full items, right? They're going to get to a point where it won't really matter. That, oh, hold on, Lutpi takes a big beating, doesn't use the Purify though, this is a pure 50-50. Now onto it. Kyrie doesn't get it. It's going to be Uni and Innocent, I believe. Kyrie wasn't able to get his hands on it, and without a purple buff, this will just be another free neutral objective, and then it's going to build from there, Trex. SRG, they're playing a safe game because they know as long as they're able to build these small wins, get those neutral objectives, and then transition them into structures, in the end, it's going to be very, very difficult.
He saved his retry. I'm wondering if the reason why is because Kyrie wants to try to go for the steal here. Maybe. They wanted to bait out the retry so that he wouldn't have it to try to contest. ONIC is keeping a close play. Look at Humes right now.
Cram as well in the back. Jeet Kune Do now the way to Dragon, but it goes into a different angle. In the back to be careful with the crown as well. He's in the top spot right now, but Kai finds Innocent in the fight. Now he goes for the damage as ONIC picks up that godlike as he takes Kelra down. Both gold laners out of the fight.
This is huge for ONIC right now. Kyrie, and this is what I meant. They hold on to it. Yes, we don't get the purple, but as long as we can as long as we can hold things out a little bit, they do have a chance. The problem is that long lane, SRG's okay with playing it slow. SRG's okay with chilling it out. The engage comes in. Kelra gets a good chunk of damage, and Keyboy plus Kyrie on the bot side freeze Innocent, stop him, and Kyrie's able to get the kill. And in that moment, SRG knows they have to back off. They don't want to play the long fight.
You gotta give props to ONIC, man. They layered their skills very well. The Wrath of the Dryad baited out the Purify. Then we saw the Frigid Glacier. Not the stun, but just the damage. Right as Kyrie jumped off the Finch Poise with his own Defiant Blade to burst Innocent down. So now Innocent, he's also fallen. Both gold laners aren't deathless. The only man who's deathless right now is Uni. Bro, 7-0-5 on a Paquito.
Who would have thought? Who would have thunk? Another pick that's, another crazy layer to the meta right now. Something that at first you see it, you doubt it, and SRG is making it work very well right now. But they are having some trouble closing this out. They're finding great position. Humes always in a side bush. Cram always looking for an angle as well. ONIC has to watch out for it.
SRG are gonna go for the commitment here. They see the Ling, it's insta-commit. No way for ONIC to respond to this. They still want to try though. Look, Picard again. It's gonna be the taunt landing, but the Shunt Boost right there. Uni with the red tree. Keeps it clean. Sounds to the background, waiting for a Frigid Glacier. Plays down as the passive. Gonna be procced in the sky. Jumps in on Innocent. Picks up the blades. Picks it up. Waiting to try to peel again. It's not gonna be Kyrie with the blades. Over and over again. It's Cram in the back, waiting for a position. Signs for Innocent, but SRG got the neutral objective. Kai with the chase now onto Cram. No flicker available. Kelra wants to go with the chase as Keyboy cuts him off.
He doesn't have a Wrath of Dryad.
No, he doesn't. Doesn't land a taunt either. It's not the Evolved Lord yet, so ONIC, I feel, get the win with a mid and a gold traded. But if SRG can stop these three members from recalling, it's going to be massive.
The pincers here. Uni comes in. This is going to be bad for ONIC.
Watch a Stormy goes. We're trying to disperse the damage. Kyrie able to get the Fine Blade as Cram tries to get him down. Wave up top, and the Lord is going to come crashing down, but the mini wave's actually going to spawn in time. Look, be there. Kyrie with a Tempest of Blades gets him out. Look, pay against 3 on this Uranus.
All he's got to do is keep him away from the base as ONIC tries to clear this Lord. All he's got to do is buy a little bit more time.
The Lord and the minions almost won SRG the game. Look, he falls in the end. No consecration, and now it's Innocent back up in the Lanadon.
ONIC with a Hail Mary play there, and SRG responding so cleanly, but it's not over yet. SRG still at the door. They're waiting for another wave to come down.
Oh no, Frigid Glacier, the Frozen as well. Innocent jumps over to Monfort, but now he's going to Kelra! Going with the blazing duet by Innocent! Takes him
Kyrie's trying to save it, but Uni wants to stop him. Kyrie gets the shutdown, the double, the back and forth. Neither team wanting to give this up.
We got a game in our hands. SRG versus ONIC. This really should have been a knockout stage game, but we find ourselves right here, right now, seeing it.
Every time you think it's going one team's way, something else happened. Uni with the immortality, then takes the shower shot by picking up the winner crown, gets the kill, but Kyrie pulls up in the nick of time. Not only is the game back and forth, but every single fight at this point is just tit for tat, punch for punch.
And now there's only one. It's just Cram who's deathless on the Hilda.
There can only be one.
There can only be one.
The wise man once said.
Mr. Cram on the Hilda. Can you imagine that? The guy's like up in front, always flanking on a Master Assassin.
That's the hero that should be dying the most. That's the one that's like, oh, we just sacrificed the Hilda in the early game.
For sure. I mean,
not Cram though.
Not Cram.
Not me.
He's built different. 3-0-13.
All right. 3-0-13 is insane. We're at 20-9. ONIC finally with a grip on this game. It's down to tie game mode. The problem is Lord spawns on boss side, long lane, looking hard for ONIC.
Oh, he's gonna jump in. Oh, he's gonna burst it down! Straight up, what was that damage? Kai and Kelra together with the combo. combo. Now it's up to Stormy and Uni, Cram and Yums in a 4v5.
Uni needs to find an angle in before Kelra shreds this down. Kyrie as well.
They got no red tree. They gotta play it slow. Kelra jumps with the BMI over on Cram. Now it's Lutpi zoning in the back line as Cram tries to run away. BMI back again from Kelra as Lutpi tries to stop Uni from getting into this Lord Pit.
In the backside, a big kick from Yums.
Over on Santh, now with the follow-up. Yums goes down to Kelra. ONIC playing this game. Wave up top is good for SRG, but ONIC want to go for the Lord. Wave, wave, wave.
Someone's got to go back and someone's got to stay.
Oh my God.
Because if they lose this Lord, they may not survive the day.
Kelra over the blazing duet. Stormy gets on the Crimson Beacon. That's going to be him jumping back again with a nature from Kelra. Santh pops down the Frigid Glacier. It stuns Uni. Kai gets a shutdown. Cram's first death in game one.
And the crowd is electric right now. And we are losing.
Together with the combo, now it's up to Stormy and Uni, Cram and Yums in a 4v5.
Uni needs to find an angle in before Kelra. The problem 13 is insane. We're at 20-9. ONIC finally with a grip on this game. It's down to tie game mode. The problem is Lord spawns on boss side, long lane, looking hard for ONIC.
Oh, he's gonna jump in. Oh, and he's gonna burst it down! Straight up, what was that damage? Kai and Kelra together with the combo. Now it's up to Stormy and Uni, Cram and Yums in a 4v5.
Uni needs to find an angle in before Kelra shreds this down. Kyrie as well.
They got no red tree. They gotta play it slow. Kelra jumps with the BMI over on Cram. Now it's Lutpi zoning in the back line as Cram tries to run away. BMI back again from Kelra as Lutpi tries to stop Uni from getting into this Lord Pit.
And they're able to make their way forward.
Defense. Oh, Kelra! Again with the jump, it's Keyboard, who's able to find the right to try it. It is a falls. Uni steps. Cram and Yums cannot defend. ONIC come back in game number one.
It took 20.
Previous fight. Lutpi.
For an angle in, they're able to make their way forward.
Defense. Oh, Kelra! Again with the jump, it's Keyboard, who's able to find the right to try it. It is a falls. Uni steps. Cram and Yums cannot defend. ONIC come back in game number one.
It took 23 minutes, multiple Lords, but ONIC finally pulled the game back into their hands, and that's only game number one.
Wow.
What a series. What a game, I mean. Not a series, because we're just getting started right now. ONIC takes them the distance in that one. Pure insanity, and SRG played so well. Uni played so well. Multiple members of SRG going deathless throughout that whole game. But ONIC, I think, I said it.
Yeah, you did.
If they buy too much time, I think they need to end this now. SRG being a little too passive. You've got a 10K gold lead. And they let it happen.
I think it's a mix as well, right? Like, they were playing passive when they shouldn't. They were playing aggressive when they should be the ones playing passive as well. So many of these skirmishes were a bit too unnecessary with a 10,000 gold lead, having the macro advantage on the map as well. Here as well, right? I mean, the dive over under tier 2, it made for a hell of a highlight for Uni, but it wasn't the right call. If you look at the macro decision making, why dive a tier? Why dive a base turret?
Calls were made, plays happened, and SRG takes the first loss in this best of 3. But the possibilities at this point are on us. But Kelra, it took him a little bit of time. The moment we saw that first fight where he got the big blazing duet off up in the top lane, we knew the damage was there. Once he got his Holy Trinity in, as he collected more items, he didn't even have to be passive about it. He could just jump into 3 or 4 of them and completely shred down Stormy. How we doing, Virgo?
Dude, I'm looking at that play again, right?
Say hello.
I know.
Say hello to the people.
I know. I just want to look at that play because
he's got to go back and let us know about it.
Dude, Kelra, I was just like, I don't know what that damage. I think he was fully stacked up. I think that's exactly what it is. He's fully stacked up on both Corrosion, and his Art of Thievery. So that's why it looked like insta burst. It wasn't
literally just looked like it looked like he blew them up and did not shred them down.
That's why. That's why I needed to look back.
There's definite insanity. Taking a look at some of these stats. you know, we got to go back to Uni, man, because he did have an amazing start of this game. 69,000 damage dealt. But the fact that Kelra ends up doing 127,000 damage.
Oh my God.
This guy didn't touch anyone for like the first 6 minutes of the game.
Bro's 001, I think, for the first 6 minutes of the game, and then he was able to get 2 kills on Stormy and I think Yums. Stormy and Yums, a double up top, right? We get to see the highlights again, and that's where you're going to see the stacks that he was able to hold on to before that blazing duet. I mean, what a game! Hey,
I love the smiles. They're ready at this point, you know. And we saw some reactions as well from the side of SRG during the game. Uni felt comfortable, but you never get too comfortable. I think SRG got too comfortable in that game, and the pressure was on for ONIC, and they thrive off of those types of games.
So too.
It's not the first time we've seen them make insane comebacks like that, where all it takes is one play. And it felt like when it was needed most, Kyrie and Kelra, and even Keyboy as well, were just working so well together in those fights. You mentioned it during one of the moments where the layering of skills with everybody, from Sans getting involved as well with the Frigid Glacier. I mean, all of it, from back to back to back to back.
It was well played. It was fantastic. I mean, when you see the guys who lost and they're laughing, they're smiling,
they know
it was a good game, right? Like Uni, after a fantastic performance, you saw it right there. Uni was laughing. He's probably like, dang, it's been a while,
I'm just happy to be here, yo.
I'm just happy to be here. I came in one game, got a game against GK, said it was easy on stage, and then now it's like, I mean, he proved himself, man. He had an amazing game. He's made me an Uni believer.
Yeah, so as we take a break and take a breather and prepare for the next match, we have something for all of you. Some more confessions.
Oh, God.
From what I hear.
From who?
From your bestie.
Renmar?
Ooh.
Just kidding, bro. My bad. It's
Let's
obviously nice, too.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
Welcome to a new segment here for the Mid-Season Cup. My name is Chris, of course, and we are doing Confessions with Lafel.
What am I confessing to? Like, why is this called Confessions? Nice watch, by the way.
Thank you.
Yeah. What am I... Okay, fine. Why do you want me here?
I heard...
Okay, what did you hear?
That you're Moonton's favorite talent. Do you agree with that?
Considering I've won basically all the trophies, you know, I've won multiple Best Talent Awards. That's the Greatest Talent Award, which is basically like international, you know, from everyone, and I won that one. Plus, considering all the jokes that I've did, and I'm still not fired, yeah, it's an accusation that's hard to say no to. I love them too. You know, they're my mama and papa.
So that's it. You kind of, you know...
Hey, you know, I would blame my other talents. Why are they not loved? Is it me?
Let's gaslight them, actually, instead. That's a good idea. We'll gaslight them instead. Yeah. That's more than fair. I heard you're a big fan of Newton. So what was your favorite Newton's law?
The law of motion. And the reason why I like it is because there was a time that we had to prepare for tomorrow's show. But I got very bored. So I spent 3 hours learning physics about how Newton's law of motion really discusses about how sound is created, which TLDR is just a bunch of particles in the air that expand and contract, and a disruption in the air creates the sound.
I don't know whether to believe you based on what I just read elsewhere. Apparently you like to come up with things that don't actually make sense. So you could be lying straight in my face.
I could be lying, but hey, considering I'm Asian, I'm probably correct.
Did you have a smooth travel here, particularly for wildcards?
Do I smooth travel?
Did you have a smooth travel here?
Well, that's a good question, Chris.
The French.
That's a very good question. So first of all, getting here was already trouble. One of my flights here, I had to fly in twice, by the way. One of my flights here, they give me a ticket 30 minutes before the flight, and my house is 1 hour away. So I had to break a lot of traffic laws just to be able to make it to the airport so that I can check it in time and then we can actually go in. And then when I finally arrive right to the airport, out of hundreds of people from the plane, they pulled me to the side. When I say they, I mean the police. The police pulled me to the side, and then it's like, okay, I brought all of my documents, showed them, and it's like, okay, you can put them back. I'm like, okay. So what's gonna happen? And they're like, oh, we're just gonna search you. And I'm like, oh, do you do this all the time? And then he was like, oh no, this is takes out his phone, presses a few buttons, and after 1 minute and a half, it's like, random. This is a random search. And then I had to go through all of that, and then he spilled shampoo on my shit. So I'm like, it's been fun so far. It's been fun. The police made me feel like a VIP, where there's two guys in front and 2 guys behind.
Escorting you in, yeah.
Escorting me, essentially. Yeah, I felt very much welcome. I have a very long name, by the way.
Give me it.
Muhammad Amirul Aiman bin Muhammad Kamal.
That is quite long.
Or you can call me Lafel.
Mine is Chris Tun, and that's it.
Nice. I met a girl named Zoe. And it's like, anything more? So,
chilling. That's it?
Z first name, O middle, and E at the end.
No way. That's
Yes,
actually
right.
kind of clean.
Yeah.
That'd be great for like talent.
She's
work. I mean,
cute.
thank you very much, mate. That was insightful, to say the least.
Thank you for having me. You're a very good person. I have no idea who you talk to get all of the stories, but now I need to do my own confessions, finding out who gave you all of this.
It's all right. We're gonna get some people back. Don't you worry.
Yeah?
Yeah. That's my job for the rest of the week. It's all I do, actually. Thank you very much. That has been Confessions once again.
A lot of people are haunted by their past. I'm inspired by it.
They're not just playing for themselves, they're really playing for their entire family.
They have defeated their demons! They have crushed the curse!
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Selangor Red Giants leads the series. It's what I would have said if ONIC didn't make that insane comeback in game number 1 to lead this 1-0. 1 game away from eliminating the 2024 champions and advancing into the knockouts. Welcome back to the studio panel. Renmar, Gideon here. Gideon, how are you feeling, man?
I'm feeling hot, man. How can your blood not be pumping after a game like that? When all odds look like SRG was going to take it away because of their early pressure, somehow ONIC, they edge it out. Kel comes up, sets the standard once again.
Yeah, the Winter Crown plays, the Wind of Nature's just in time to survive onslaughts from Uni, especially right there in the end. But of course, Uni coming in for SRG as the starting jungler for this series definitely made a name for himself and showed up. 11 plus kills, 1 or 2 deaths, a handful of assists. You cannot doubt that this young man is ready for the stage. Let's look at what map we're going to be going to get. What we are going to get. Oh, Flying Cloud. All right, expect this to be a bloodbath. It's just going to be a lot of fights over and over again.
Yeah, and the punishes in the lane might not be as hard as we were hoping to be in the previous matchup, but at least what we have learned from the drafting side, especially if SRG is going to end up back on that red side, is probably to set up that same scenario, right?
Yeah.
At the end of the day, Sans didn't have the hottest of games, but at the same time, you could tell that Innocent just wasn't 100% accustomed, because how often do you see just a random or just show up, you know, coming into the mid, dropping down the stun, and more importantly, it's a delayed stun.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that you could really see the exact moment that it went wrong for Selangor Red Giants. Yes, it wasn't just the little decisions they made leading to the fateful moment wherein it was Innocent holding the Lord and SRG trying to bait a reaction out of ONIC, but it was answered by ONIC and Kyrie on the link perfectly, jumping on the Harith, taking the Harith out, and ONIC playing the long fight to eventually win out game number 1. Good bans here to start it out. We've talked about so many times how the Atlas has impacted this metagame, and the Marcel getting taken out by ONIC, while Jushin, used by SRG in game number 1, will be taken out by them on the blue side. ONIC continues to ban out Salinas.
I've yet to see a Hirara. I've yet to see a Ling ban for either one of these teams, but I think, most things are pretty similar. Seems like Yeb has decided, the Marcel alongside with the Selena, both of which not to worry about. They've been banned and they just need to breathe. But from SRG's side, I wonder what the opener is going to look like, because I would assume that if Hirara shows, they're going to take it. So what would be then the same response from ONIC? Is it still going to be like, hey, we don't mind Hirara into the link, or do they want to affect it right off the get-go?
If Freya's open, one of them has to pick up the Freya for sure. Honestly, I might be a little bit more in the boat that if ever it's available for SRG and you... Honestly, I feel like I don't even need to worry about the Phoveus because you can slot that into the gold. Just pick up the Freya as the first pick.
Yeah, and they also have to worry about that Fanny too. So luckily, the Fanny is gone. It's all up for play. Beleric Valentina is still in play, not to mention the Ling as well as the Hirara at this stage of the game. And I think that ONIC needs to make that final choice. It's either they open up the entire thing or they just answer to the Freya, which again has been very terrifying, especially when let through.
Let's say if both assassins, top ones, and the meta will be left open by Coach CW and Coach Yeb. Ling and Hirara, will it be one of those, or will they ban out the Freya and just keep it honest with the Ling-Hirara trade? Last ban, red side for ONIC, taking their sweet time. They ban out the Freya, Ling and Hirara is the active trade.
No, and SRG, based on the information that we got yesterday, they like to go for the Hirara here most of the time. And considering that they were playing an early game composition in game number 1, I don't mind them if they do it all over again.
Yeah, could work out very well for them. I think if they want to run back wherein Innocent isn't going to be packing someone with basic attacks and they want... Well, I mean, Harith isn't as the non-traditional marksman, if we're looking at like basic attack marksman, then just pick up the Ling. But they did get their win in their previous series against GK with Uni on the Hirara, and it was a very good Hirara performance. They go for the Hirara.
Laners, right? And they're even using the the draft bans to also indicate, yeah, we're going to be attacking you on this side. But the response straight away, surprisingly enough, they go for Nolan.
Yeah, so that was a hero that we mentioned earlier, but that's if ever the Ling and the Hirara are taken away. So this was like, it's ONIC trying out, all right, instead of focusing too much on the Ling-Hirara trade, why don't we bring up the third option that people and other junglers in MSC have been bringing up in interviews, in quotes? They are honest and pick up the Nolan.
And I think there's a couple of interactions that will be shown here today. Number one, at least comparative to Ling. Ling is able to get across the map really, really fast, make that huge impact, and has iframes. Nolan may not have iframes, but he has a much better early game. He's got a lot more damage to work with, just as much mobility as Hirara, arguably with purple buff more. And most importantly, I think it's going to be a difficult 1v1 because Hirara's going to try and lock you down. He's able to dash back out.
Yeah, but now we look at SRG. They pick up the Barretts. Obviously going to be going to the EXP lane for this one, so that's an honest pickup. Wouldn't be surprised if ONIC just balance it out and pick up the Uranus themselves. There we go. And then for the gold lane, that's what they're going to be fighting for. Now, you already have Strong Burst. I think some great sources of basic attacks from ONIC would be good. If SRG don't ban out the carry, wouldn't be the worst pickup in the world for Kelra. But if they really want to play through the AoE and knowing that technically this is going to be somewhat of a front-to-back, knowing that you have a Barretts that you're up against, maybe his good old favorite in the Beatrix might make a show up. I don't know why I said it like that.
I think that it's not a bad idea, especially if that Beleric is going to be able to, pick up a Flicker for himself instead of a Revitalize. That does give him a lot less pressure in the early stages of the game to kind of walk up and do whatever he wants, especially when you're up against someone like Eudora who can just naturally poke out these tanks in the earlier stages of the game. But coming into the second half, right, the Cho ban, as expected, we were at least expecting one of these teams to affect it, but now SRG side, they got to make the same answers. Are they going to start leaning into, hey, we don't want you to play double fighters, or we're going to target Sands again?
Sands pickups, with the Juicing gone, He can't Valentina, and yeah, the Valentina might not be the best bet here.
They don't have many good ultimates to kind of work with.
Will they just end up getting sounds on something like a Lilia?
Ooh, that doesn't sound like a bad idea, but we're already seeing that Rafa is going to get banned out early on here. One of the key conditions is the fact that Flying Clouds is the current map play. So you can revive somebody, put them on a Flying Cloud, and they lose 0 EXP in the mid lane.
Oh, this is a great ban here. Keyboy did show up with the Badang. We've seen it also in the hands of Finn in Team Vitality. Can't remember if you've picked it up. But it is a great pickup. With all of the dashes that you have here, momentum stopper, with ONIC looking to play a much smoother team fight. And it is just very annoying to deal with, especially if you're up against the Barretts. That extra wall brought up by the Badang could be another extra obstacle wherein the missiles of the Barretts could knock in their opponents, and then that's just an extra way for you to get easier stuns.
I mean, let's not forget about the anti-CC in that ult, right? That's just a great way to just kind of disengage when Beleric tries to make a flickered Wrath of the Dryad play on you anyways. I do want to see what this last ban is from the side of SRG. Lo Yi is going to be the option. So Lilia, technically, low health pool. The Eudora does a pretty good job against it. Going for an artillery mage may not necessarily be that great, but Harith is going to be the red 4 pick for ONIC's side. And I like the fact that they're denying it.
I think they're going to end up picking up a Vexana. Remember, we saw the Vexana as an answer to a lineup that has a Barrett. Going up against a Eudora, they have the range. It's strong disengage, crowd control. It would set up theoretically for the Nolan and the Harith. Might be a mid lane Vexana.
It's not a bad idea. I think the real question right now is who is going to be the concussive blast user for SRG, because that mid wave, if assuming Vexana is going to be that very last pick, that's going to be like an impossible to contest for. It's just instant clear and you're just dancing around it for 2 or 3 seconds.
Yeah, Gatakacha and Hylos both want to back up the Revitalize, seeing that they're up against the Beleric.
Ooh, actually the Hylos doesn't sound that bad. Now that Harith is already available, that glorious pathway just to slow him down from actually retreating. Yeah. It's not a bad idea.
But the Beleric and the, the Barretts and the Hylos. Oh, Kufra. Ooh. Another unique pick.
Yep.
But Vexana will mess that up if ever it is one.
Let's see if they actually go for it, right? Because doesn't mean it's the end of the world. There's not a lot of people who could disrupt people like Yves, for an example.
True. Yves still might be.
They still go into the Lily. That's so interesting. Yeah. I think at the end of the day, they still want to make sure that, hey, we don't have to stick around the lane for too long. I am curious about specifically whether or not this Beleric, what are the emblems? Is it going to be Ragefly? Is it going to be Concussive Blast? That's going to tell us a lot about how this game is going to be played out, especially in the mid, considering that Stormy, he wants to move out of that lane fast with Yums to ensure that Kyrie can't find an angle in for a lane gank.
SRG needed range, and they got it from surprise initiation through their Kufra, but they are very close to mid-range. While for Selangor Giants, yeah, close to mid-range too. Honest with it. Good sources of damage for both, and this should be exciting. Will SRG force game number 3, or will ONIC sweep them here to advance to the knockouts? Mirko and Trex, let's go!
We're jumping back in to one of the most grueling series we've seen so far. ONIC up against SRG. ONIC came back last game, late game. They had zero control in the beginning, but were able to still get the win, and SRG continue to evolve and grow. They're willing to risk it with some different picks. This is something they lacked in the beginning of the tournament, and we're already seeing how much more they're adapting to current meta.
Hey, that's a sprint on Stormy. That's something new, that's for sure. Pull yourself together, though, for Yums, Master Assassin, for Innocent, just trying to win out this lane. But yeah, sprint over Flicker for the first time on the Eudora.
I wonder... I mean, had to be... Whoa, a lot of damage on the Keyboy.
Toe with fracture. Not even there. It's just a passive Kai. Jumps in, picks up the kill. Yum's going to be very low. ONIC strike first this time around, and they instantly go into enemy jungle.
Beautiful rotation from Luffy and Kyrie coming to that mid lane. Yums is going to try to stop it, but he may get taken out here.
Yeah, Kyrie is able to take it. Now he jumps on Yums. There's a few more hits to take another. He's on the board. Now it's 2.
This is one of the good things about the Noland up against this Aurora. He's going to be able to dash away. He's got the escapability. He's not, even if he commits to a big amount of damage, he instantly dashes back, and it's going to make it a little bit harder for Uni to catch him in some of those dicey moments. Yumes maybe going a little too deep. Maybe should have just let them have that one, because now that Kyrie's got 2 kills already on a Nolan, it is a picture-perfect start for ONIC.
Can't get better than this, right? Especially after last game where it was SRG who dominated the first 14 minutes of the game, right? Like, entirely early game, it was just SRG. Kelra this time feeling the wrath of Innocent in a winning matchup.
All right, so SRG, do they want to contest this? Again, they do have the Harara, one of the highest prioed heroes in the meta right now.
He's gonna go in on Cram. He's gonna get bursted down. Suns picks him up. Look, he's able to walk Yumes down. Keyboy doing the same thing now, over to the purple buff. Uni still just level 3. It's like deja vu to game 1, but it's reversed. It's ONIC with the control. 2 kills at the start. Neutral objective without even using the retribution.
Uni using the retribution on his own purple, just like Kyrie was doing last game. It is a mirror match for sure. Can SRG pull off what ONIC did, though? You know, it seems like SRG's a little bit disconnected. Yumes first goes in by himself to his own death. This time Cram maybe goes a little bit too deep while Uni's still looking for his purple. The full commit's not there, and 1 or 2 of them are going in and getting caught off. And I think they have to realize that maybe it's not the time, or if we are going to commit, everyone has to be together.
Slow for ONIC after this lead, just taking a purple buff, and only now really making that aggressive move. Double immobilization onto Lutpi, but he doesn't care. Keyboy got a position, flicker after the Triad! Connects on Innocent, he wasn't expecting it. Now an all-in on Yumes, under tier 2, a flicker burnt out already.
And Uni has to just watch as it happens. They didn't even want the orange buff.
Nope.
We're not even going for this orange buff. We're going to lay a trap. We're going to get another kill. We're going to put Kyrie at 3-0-1 and Sans at 1-0-2. Let's get these damage dealers rolling. At this point, Uni's just sitting back watching. He's trying to farm his own jungle. He's trying, I mean, everyone's just trying not to die at this point, let alone catch a lead.
That was one of SRG's fallback plans, right? It's Innocent. If you lose an early game, you can just play around Innocent. The rest of the composition, though, is made for early to mid. Sans has to use the black shoes there. Good move by Cram with the rotation, catching him off guard. But now it's going to take a little bit more to get that plan B sorted out. They're going to have to constantly rotate with Innocent now.
Yeah, look at them, literally hovering around him right now. Stormy and Yumes keeping him safe, but possible play in the mid. ONIC's going to be pushing SRG back. I don't know if this is a turtle they want to fight for.
2-level advantage on the retribution for Kyrie. Golem gets reset. Uni still able to secure it. Now looking for level 7. Kyrie in the purple buff though. This should set him very close to level 9.
I'm going to be honest, I don't even know if Cram should be down here at this point. Is this really a fight that they want to take? Innocent, slightly behind, nothing too crazy. Does hit level 7. Taking a lot of damage.
That's why they went for the Lilia, man. Barats is just going to get shredded down, has to flicker out. He has the consecration still. Free retry now as Yumes is able to find the time phase on Keyboy, but he doesn't care as Kelra pops into Zaman Force. Lutpi with the consecration, gets away. That is nothing to Lutpi.
And this is what I mean, right? They expend so much time on that turtle. They maybe could have got a push on top tier 3. They maybe could have, you know, if Cram would have stayed up there, if someone else would have gone up there, they could have rotated elsewhere and at least made play up on the map. But instead, they spend so much energy on a turtle they never had a chance to get.
So now it's the build back up for SRG. They send Innocent to the other side of the map, trying to get him farm. It's all they can do right now. And Uni, like you said, they went in for the skirmish earlier. And against a Nolan, if you lose out there, Nolan's going to be able to rotate around the map much faster than you. So what that means is he's going to take your green camps away. That's why we see such a big lead. 3 whole levels for Kyrie on the Nolan. And again, he goes bot. When the purple buff is up, he knows where Uni is. He's constantly stealing these camps away. And it's going to get really tough for SRG because they have to feed 2. Uni and Innocent.
Yeah. It's a lot of mouths to feed when everything's being taken from you. ONIC already at a 4,000 gold lead, a lot of damage on a Lutpi though. They're gonna go under the tower.
Yep. Again with the black shoes, just reacting to the Tyrant's Rage. The taunt lands on Yums, and that's the damage of the Glooms. Kelra picking up a turret for free as ONIC zone SRG away from that tier. Oh god, is Kai even waiting in these bushes? Again, no chance, no space for Innocent to farm.
It's, I mean,
look at the bush.
It's been the same for Uni too. He's barely able to move around. Early on, getting pushed in on multiple jungle points, and Keyboy's been loving just hanging out in these bushes, waiting for the next target to come along.
He is the bush.
He is the bush. Keybush.
He's a tree. Conceal from Keyboy. Look at the play again. Big chomp down now. He goes in the flicker as well, but it's only Keyboy's son. First trap down. They're able to get Keyboy, but now it's going to be Kelra with the Zaman Force, popping him down. That's Uni in the back, going for the kill, finding one, and the traitor Kai walks up, and Uni finally a bit of retaliation. Jumps on again, the Purify out, but now he's going to be on cooldown as Lutpi looks for the chase and finds the kill onto Uni.
I don't know if taking the death at the end of that was worth it. Finding Kelra at least is a saving grace. But the damage onto Cram, the burst damage of this team right now, with Kyrie being at 4-0 and 3. I mean, it's true. It is very reminiscent of how SRG was doing ONIC last game. But the problem is, I don't think ONIC's going to give him time to breathe. I don't think ooh, Innocent in a bad spot.
He's going to have to flicker out of this, man. There's no way. He might not even flicker. He might just take it. Keyboy with a flicker in the Rapid Dryad. Innocent fed to Kelra. Again, not given space to farm. Yums, body block from the rest. They feed another over to Kelra.
Sometimes you gotta just take it, Mirko. Sometimes you gotta just accept your fate. Innocent knows there's no escape there. ONIC moving on to the tier 2.
ONIC has never won against Selangor Red Giants.
SRG on the defense. Can ONIC pull this off here? After a grueling game 1 of pushing the limits, it just goes to show ONIC's diversity right now. We can play the long haul. We can dominate in the early game. Just give us the chance right now. What can SRG do? Having the carry just makes this all so much harder too. And the fact we called it out at the beginning, taking a death early on, and now you've got 2 deaths, being unable to farm. It is a long haul. The thing is it feels like it's been 12 or 13 minutes. It feels like they could get to late game in just a few minutes, but we are just breaking 9 minutes. We're talking, it could be another 5 or 6 minutes till Innocent even has a chance of really outputting damage, till Cram can actually hold down the front line. ONIC didn't really have the game in their hands until 18 or 19. That's a long way away.
Can SRG do what ONIC did to them in game number 1? Those are the questions that we need to ask right now. With this kind of composition, it's going to be difficult. They don't have the clear. Holy Shield already down, up top again. Now down below, Lutpi ushers those minion waves in to deal with the Holy Shield. Takes a bit of a beating, but it's all for the orange buff to be taken by Kai, who's 5 levels ahead. Yums with the rage, but it's going to be responded over by Sons of the Black Shoes. Now as the taunt lands on Cram, and again it's Kelra. Oh, a big chop down thrown again, but he has to purify. Cram low, has to flicker back. And that's 2 big flickers as Kai secures the Lord.
They do bide some time though, clearing out the waves, but another wave is coming soon. But SRG doesn't have the greatest comp to defend. Yes, they have the carry to Shred, who has gotten in the Trinity, but still 1.5k gold behind. Taking a look at the jungle, it is a 4.1k gold lead. Uni just got his second item in, just got War Axe in.
The last time they met at a major international, it was SRG who knocked ONIC out of Group B in MSC 2024 with a 1-1 draw.
Well, revenge is here. It's in ONIC's grasp. All they got to do is close this out. And last time SRG was a little bit too patient. ONIC is ready to kick in these doors. Oh, yeah. Was it a flex, or what is it, a misplay?
We'll see with the result of the game. Comes down to that. Depthus welcome coming out onto the Uranus now with no winner crown, no problem. Silence deals with him. Wave in the mid lane is good. ONIC gonna look for the slow build up into the siege right now as they go for the top lane. Lutpi holding in the front. It's gonna be Kai with the dash in forward as Kelra jumps in again. The fracture lands on Yums. Lord cleared out. Black Shoes comes down. Uni goes down. Keyboy with a rapid drive to the back lane. It's not gonna be Innocent with a pickup, but ONIC clean sweep Selangor Red Giants to make it a top
just win it, they earn it. After game one, pushing themselves to the limits, and then to prove they can finish things in style, they win game number 2 in a very quick fashion. You can see the smiles on their faces. Kelra, Keyboy, happy about it, because both of those teams were tested in this group stage. Almost every team in group stage had some rocky games. Nobody was a guarantee. Everything was earned. And ONIC will move forward.
They will. Top 8. Selangor Red Giants. They will unfortunately be the ones eliminated. The key crushed today as well. The revenge was very late. The 2024 was when it happened, when SRG knocked ONIC out of groups. It took them 2 whole years to regroup, to relearn, to improve. And fate had it with this matchup. SRG dropped down early by Pro. ONIC dropped down late by Aurora Gaming. Into the last chance for both these teams. It looked good for SRG at the start of game 1. They couldn't close it out. It looked great for ONIC at the start of game 2. They went for the throw.
Yeah, they weren't wasting any time. They knew that they had the advantage. They didn't want to make the same mistakes that SRG made, and they were able to pull through. But with that game over, let's send it back to the stage. Rose, who we got up there?
What a series, honestly, guys. This is a matchup that we didn't see coming. Closing the group stages, we expected something like this in the knockout stages rather, but still, ONIC secures a 2-0 in the bag up against Selangor Red Giants. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Kyrie! Kyrie, congratulations. How do you feel after finally getting your vengeance up against SRG? Because if we recall correctly, they dominated and defeated you guys back in MSC 2024. That ended your journey, and Kelra last year's journey too for MSC 2025. So how do you feel today?
Okay. We've been waiting for a long time for this match, and happily we succeeded today.
Happy. I'm pretty sure you guys are very happy. But did you ever expect that this moment would come at this period of time? Group stages elimination match, lower bracket, ONIC versus SRG. Or did you expect it, in the knockout stages perhaps?
Yeah, we expected to meet the champion teams in the knockout stage.
You're the only one left right now. ONIC is the only one left because 2024 champions are gone. 2025 champions are gone. What does this mean? Do you feel like it's coming back to Indonesia? Do you think it's coming back to ONIC?
I hope so. That's all I can say.
Now let's talk about game 1 just now, okay, Kyrie? Game 1, you guys were shaky. You guys were behind by a lot. How did you guys kept yourself composed to be able to make a comeback to secure the win?
We just looked at the enemy's hero, the SRG's hero, and they were using Paquito and Hilda, which are very good at early game, but not that good at the late game. So we just had to be patient.
So the plan was technically to let Kelra snowball as much as possible, give him the resources so that when the time comes, it's going to be him and you versus the world.
I think so, yeah.
Now, Kai, you guys are heading later to the draws after the last match. Am I right? So you guys will be seeded in seed 2 with all the 2-1 teams. The 2-0 teams will be picking. Who do you think will pick you guys today?
I don't know really, but I hope it will be Aurora.
Why do you want to meet Aurora Gaming again?
Just because we didn't really lose that easily, against them, and I think we have a chance against them.
I agree. You guys were the only team that managed to push Aurora Gaming to a 2-1, and people are saying they are currently the strongest team in MSC. And if people are saying that, I think we want to meet the best. No, Kyrie? So is there any message for Aurora Gaming? Who knows? Maybe that will make them pick you later.
Just good luck.
And of course, a message to the fans.
And so my fans, thank you so much for supporting us, especially my team, ONIC. Thank you. So all the Filipinos out here, thank you so much. And I hope you guys still keep supporting us in our next match. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kyrie. And now, are you boys ready to crush some keys? Okay, first up, first question, ONIC, who wants to be the one crushing the key? Keyboy? Keyboy? Okay, let's head to the back. Come on, guys, follow me. It's time to crush some keys. And as we head our way to the key crusher, Keyboy will be the one leading the pack. So, Keyboy, you may head to the key crusher. And of course, ONIC, you may watch. All you have to do is press that lever all the way. All right, guys, ladies and gentlemen, as of this moment, ONIC officially eliminates Selangor Red Giants in their journey this MSC at EWC 2026. All right, it's time to see the keys as we show it to the camera. It will take some time as the keys are oh so shattered. All right, look at the keys. And with that, let us throw it over to the desk to break down what happened in this series.
The hope of a returning champion. Now from 3 at the start of MSC, it's gone down to 1. With the key crush from SRG, it is just ONIC who remain, who have been your MSC champions here, ready to do it yet again if the tide is right. And they don't mind going up against even the best, or at least people might be calling the best, Aurora Gaming so far in this tournament. I love the shout out. I love the confidence. Pick us. We had a good chance against you. We want to take it again. Rinmar, Gideon, this was a game that went all the way ONIC, but they did it with class. They did it with a style, and they feel very confident, as they should, with a win like that.
Yeah, and what I liked about it is it was clean. They are playing against around a Nolan in their jungle. Clean burst. They got that very quick win early in the game, and they didn't stop from there. It's classic ONIC.
It really is classic ONIC, and not to mention that just so many things that could have gone wrong in that early stage, especially in that first Litho fight, calling in the Uranus alongside with the Barats.
I've returned from hell for her. I hope Hanabi-sama won't disappoint me.
ஒரு நிமிஷம் இருங்க, வந்துடுறேன். பார்த்துட்டு இருக்கேன்.
Was because again, Sans was probably the biggest person they could have looked to punish here in a lot of the times, and we were discussing whether or not the Vexana would have been a better fit, but unfortunately I think that Sans, he was mad after game number 1 when he was getting oppressed on this Aurora. Now he decided, you know what, I want to be the oppressor, and I don't care how many super subs you're gonna send in, I'm the dominator.
Yeah, he wanted to be continuous with it. He wanted to make sure that there's constant pressure coming out from his Lilia, the constant use of the glooms, maximizing it, even using the black shoes at the right time to bait out SRG into going in for some questionable dives at some point, especially for Yumes, especially when you're seeing the Lilia, you're thinking, oh, I think I can get the Lilia down here. Oh, wait, no, I've wasted my Tyrant's Revenge and maybe even a Flicker out because the Lilia still has the black shoes. I know he's thinking about using it so that he can force the black shoes out, but sometimes you're just going to have to think it's not worth it.
Yeah, it really isn't, and not to mention that once Lilia comes online, it's very easy for her to be like a strong anchor for the team. She sets the battle lines, and then she can just walk away and do whatever she wants, and then come back to reset it again once the team has finally recalibrated and regrouped. I think that unfortunately, as much as Innocent is a great player, he won the lane technically, but then the rest of the paratroopers decided to come on in to invade his side of the world. So at that point, they're just falling behind.
Yeah, this is a tough one, and obviously it's always difficult in these moments where you have somebody who does their best and it doesn't quite get them where they were hoping for. On the side of Malaysia and SRG, well, they're going to have to be content with their 5-time PL champions and championships, and of course, the fact that we now have a chance to do an exit interview, not with any of the players, but with an analyst from SRG as well, to learn a little bit more about what went wrong.
Hey, Turner here, and we're backstage with Coach Becky from SRG. Maybe, Coach, you could give us a little bit of information as to what happened in that match against ONIC.
I think what happened in the match is, I think that we were very confident going to the game 1. we did not manage to really win the game 1. Going to game 2, I think the adjustment was not the best because I think we were left behind in the meta as well because we were trying to adapt. So I think in the game 2, it was just too hard to play. Yeah.
After game 1, were the players kind of down? I mean, considering you had a big lead and then you weren't able to close it.
When we come to the backstage, I see all my players are still in a good mood. Actually, going to game 2, are still in a good mood. I think when it comes to game 2, I will just say that our strategy did not work. And that was the main reason why we lose in the game 2. Yeah.
Okay, so the strategy didn't work out in game number 2 as well. And this is, I don't know if this is a sensitive question or not, but I'm just going to ask, what did you think about the fielding of a new person in the jungle? It was Sakai's before, and then we saw the substitute yesterday for Uni, and then Uni's playing today. What happened there?
Because we wanted to play Skies for this tournament, so we started him.
Okay.
But going through when it comes to here, and then when it comes to practice, when it comes to tournament, things are not really going well. So we tried to field Uni today, and then because Uni, he's also very, I would say very talented. And then I think that yesterday it was the time that we should let him try and see how far we can go. Yeah, then that's where we try to play Uni. But in my perspective, I think both of them are really amazing jungler.
Yeah. I agree. And Uni did really well.
Yeah.
In that
really
last
did very
game,
well.
right?
Yeah.
So what are you going to tell all your players after this when you get to meet them?
When I get to meet them, I'll say that I'm still really proud of how much they have gave. And then there was a lot of discussion. There's like, this team has always been a big family for me. So we really care about each other. We really love each other. So I just felt like what I can do is I just have to be better, you know. I just have to be able to lead them better, think about what I can do for them better, and then let's come back from these losses and take it as a huge experience and learning. Yeah.
That's what we want to hear. Very excited and anticipating the next international performance from SRG, obviously. But Coach, I know it's done here for SRG, but obviously there's still another Malaysian representative still fighting for their life here, Vamos. Do you perhaps have a message to Vamos who's still trying to get that trophy?
For Vamos, it's great that we have another really good Malaysian representative in this tournament. You guys are really strong. You guys are getting a momentum. And then especially when it comes to Aero, I really see how well you are playing this tournament. You are really a shining bright jungler in our region right now. So let's keep that momentum and then make Malaysia proud. Maybe this time you guys will be the champion for us.
Amen. I think everyone out there is proud. And talking about everyone out there, do you have a message to the SRG fans that has, supported you from zero to now?
So for the SRG fans, thank you very much for always supporting us, especially when we are having a hard time as well. But I know in this tournament we really underperformed and that we did not deliver up to the expectation. I'm really sorry about that. And then, I mean, I don't need to say that I will take a blame, but people, this is just part of the game. And then, we really did badly. And then, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Coach. I know this was not an easy interview to do, so we really appreciate it. Once again, good luck for your future journey. Thank you so much for your hard work here at MSC. And we are going to throw over to you guys.
Well, wishing the other Malaysian representatives proud. Team Vamos, Aero 404, maybe one of the stars of this tournament so far. Certainly look like they could make a run for grand finals. SRG, a nice exit interview with Ozo Revecki, their analyst. And big thank you again for everyone who does those for us. Not easy to do. Rimar, I want to come back to you because we talked a lot of the story. I want to talk now more of the game, as we have one game coming up, but you took some info and you got some stuff ready for the telestrator for us after this Game 3. Tell me what you got.
Yeah, well, we're going to look at the draft. Coach Vecchi did mention that when it came to the draft in game number 2, that they felt like they were a little bit left behind in the meta. So we look at one thing first, and that's going to be the Atlas ban first up. So if you're going to ban the Atlas, it's either expected you're going to be first picking the Belleric, knowing that the Hirara link trade is still active at this point later on, because you will see that ONIC will leave it open. So then you're thinking, okay, maybe Belleric's going to be coming in as the first pick. We did make a point earlier that it hasn't always worked out well, but if you're not prepared with a roamer, that is one of the surprise responses to not having the Belleric Atlas available for you, which is these two right here, the Badang and Cho, which were banned out by ONIC in the second phase because SRG went out of the second phase, then it is safe to assume that the Belleric would be a great pickup for your very first one. You have 2 assassins available, you will get that. But it seems like they feared the Hirara a little bit too much. The order has already been shifted here. This is post-exchange, but the Hirara was the first pick of Selangor Red Giants. Then ONIC comes in with a surprise by going ahead and picking up the Nolan. Now, Nolan is one of the names mentioned in terms of, hey, if Hirara's not available, if Link's not available, maybe we could pack in a Nolan there in the jungle. And they played it really well. It's up to their tempo. I was making a big case about the Vixana, although we did already mention the Lilia heading into the picks for ONIC. But the Lilia and the Nolan, I am reminded just how well they complement each other. Constant pressure from the Lilia where the Nolan can sweep, or Nolan with the sudden burst with Lilia to sweep and finish. With ONIC getting the Belleric, and then of course SRG picking up the Kufra in the end for them, they just didn't get a favorable matchup in the center of the map. It could have gone also SRG's way for the very first trade, but you see the little differences here and there. Belleric being able to heal himself, just the raw damage output a little bit better from ONIC, and of course that is the playstyle that they love. They love that aggression. These two, you need to watch out for future drafts coming up, the Lilia and the Nolan together. You know that ONIC wanted to play this fast because they even closed it out or started it off with a Harith coming on later in the draft, excuse me. You knew that they were just going to go for pedal to the metal aggro. Now I go back to the pick yet again. I know it's meta. I'm not saying it's terrible, but we've seen too many drafts at this point where the expectation of Eudora getting picked ends up becoming the point of, it's like a turning point for the draft of the opposing side that doesn't have the Eudora. They look at the Eudora and say, we know that's already gonna pop up. How do we make the most out of this? All right, so for ONIC in this regard, it's we'll take out the best roamers that you could pair up with it and then force SRG to play a different roamer instead. They played the Kufra because once again, they banned out the Badang and Cho. I'm not saying completely forget about the Eudora. Yes, I acknowledge all the amazing Eudora games we've had. Team Liquid lost to a great Eudora game by Shin yesterday, and there have been plenty of great Eudoras today as well. But teams are starting to look at that hero and the lack of range it can provide, and not being able to get that quick turnaround right away that you want from the Eudora as a means to suddenly shift the draft in their favor.
The most beautiful things are also the deadliest. Like these.
Yeah, global 1 Grok Vanna. Right now. Global 10 global 10 o'clock. So, இன்னொரு மேட்ச் இருக்கா? Team Falcon. Team Falcon PH. Okay, okay.
invading jungle. Enemy battle spell on CD.
Enemy missing. Enemy double kill. Ally has been slain.
Enemy invading jungle.
Our turret has been destroyed. The enemy has slain the turtle. Our turret has been destroyed.
Enemy invading jungle. Superb control.
Shut down. Enemy double kill. Enemy dominating. An ally has been slain. Our turret has been destroyed. Initiate retreat. The enemy has slain the turret. Has been slain.
रात को चलो काम सकता है कर दिया
Ally has been slain.
Superb control.
You have slain an enemy.
रात को चलो सकता है
Ult is not ready.
இன்னும் ஃபைன்மேனா எல்லாரும் வேற பேர் தான் வச்சுக்காங்க இதுதான் வாழ போடுறேன்
Initiate retreat.
சம்பந்தம் இல்லாம சேர்ந்து போறான்
Initiate retreat. Shut down. Ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Enemy double kill.
Enemy battle spell on CD.
Your team
Gather at the
destroyed
Lord.
the turret.
Understood.
The enemy has slain Lord. Enemy double kill.
Control.
An enemy has been slain.
Follow Lord.
Our turret has been destroyed.
Superb control.
Has been slain. Our turret has been destroyed. Our turret has been destroyed. Killing spree! Shut down! Enemy dominating!
Superb tanking.
Grande ruta.
Initiate retreat! The enemy has slain Lord. Initiate retreat!
Attack enemy Lord.
Our turret has been destroyed.
So,
Good game!
பண்ணி வச்சு நியூ இமேஜா பிக் பண்ணுவோம். சரியா பிக் பண்ணி வச்சிருக்காங்க. பண்ணுவாங்க எதுவும் பண்ண முடியாது பேக் வச்சுட்டு. குஜராத் இந்தியன் பிளேயர் இந்தியன் சர்வர் போல இவன்.
These are my fans, Kaerazu and Mason It. Now, which one shall paint you into eternity?
Jungle meter. ஆரம்பிக்கலாம். ஆரம்பிக்கலாமா? ஆரம்பிக்கலாம். இருங்க யுரேனஸ் ட்ரை பண்ணு நினைச்சிட்டே
In this
இருந்தேன்.
rotten world, the one
யுரேனஸ் டேங்க் இன்னைக்கு என்ன பில்டு? தண்டர் பில்டா? தெரிஞ்சு இது நான் ஏற்றேன். ஸ்பெல்லு மட்டும் நம்ம என்ன ஸ்பெல் வச்சுக்கலாம்? ஃபிக்கரா, வெஞ்சன்ஸா, ஓகே.
the most beautiful things are all
பிக் பண்ணணும். என்ன கமெண்ட்? என்னாச்சு? சவுண்ட் கேட்க மாட்டேங்குது. Tons of fast. யுரேனஸோட அவனோட பேசிவ் ஹீரோஸ் டேங்க்ல யுரேனஸ்ங்கிறத அவன் யுரேனஸ் இருக்கானோட அவனோட பேசிவ் என்ன இது
Uranus has awakened.
ஆனா 8 செகண்ட் கிட்ட அவன் ரீஜெனரேட் ஆகிட்டே இருக்கும் அப் டு 20 ஸ்டாக். ஓ எந்த அளவுக்கு டேமேஜ் கொடுக்குதோ அந்த அளவுக்கு டேமேஜ் ஆஃப் பண்ணி கொடுக்குமா. டியூரபிலிட்டி ஃபுல்லா இருக்கு.
Uranus has awakened.
கண்ணு கூடா நான் அதை எடுக்கிறேன்னு தெரியுதுல உங்களுக்கு எடுப்பானுங்க புத்தியாட்டு எடுப்பானுங்க. ஏன்டா இப்ப போவான் ஏன்டா நம்மளுக்கு வாய்க்கிறீங்க ஒரு மேட்ச் விளையாட வரானுங்க ஊருக்குடா டேட்டா வேறாங்க அடுத்தலாம் எதுவும் வரீங்க ஆளுக்கே வருவானுங்க மித்திக் ரேங்க் மேட்ச் மாதிரி இருக்கு. எனக்கு வந்து வாய்க்கிறீங்க மட்டும் இப்படி வருவாங்க எடுத்து வைங்க என்னடா பில்ட் இது.
Welcome to Mobile Legends. 5 seconds till the enemy reaches the battlefield. Smash them. All troops deployed.
காலேஜ் ஓ காலேஜ் என்ன மேஜிக் மேஜிக் மூணு சன்ரோம் ஐயோ என்னடா என்னடா பண்றீங்க நீக்கால் ஹெல்ப் பண்ணுடா.
Enemy battle spell on CD.
The master once promised to never return.
Thunderbolt.
First blood. Ally has been slain. Well played. Enemy missing.
Nothing can destroy Celestial Palace. Or me.
போட முடியாத மைனாட்டிங் பண்ணிக்கலாம்.
Slain.
இது மோதிரா முடி. வந்து வாங்குறதுக்கு மட்டும் ஏதோ புக்கேட் எடுக்கிற மாதிரி ஒரு உலகத்துல
The enemy has slain the turtle.
ஆப்பரேட்டி இப்படி வராது மயத்துல புது கேரக்டர் பிராக்டிஸ் பண்ணி காண்ட மாதிரி ஆகுது. ஆப்பரேட்டிங் இப்படி வராங்க.
All intruders shall be expelled.
Wait for me.
Enemy invading jungle. Enemy invading jungle. Enemy invading jungle. Enemy invading jungle.
Wait for me.
வாங்கடா வாங்கடா என்னடா அடி வாங்குவேன் வாங்கடா கொஞ்சமா இது சாட் மாதிரி பண்ண முடியாது சரண்டா தான் உங்களுக்கு இதெல்லாம் பண்றாங்க என்ன பில்டு டைம் பில்டு போயிட்டு ரேங்க் டைம் சுத்திட்டு இருக்காங்க.
The master once promised to make me a bride.
Our turret has been destroyed.
Leave now, intruders!
The enemy has slain the turtle. Shut down. An enemy has been slain.
All intruders shall be expelled.
Shut down.
எப்படி
The master once promised to make me a bride.
An enemy has been slain.
All pyramids are
Ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Our turret is under attack. Request backup. Our turret has been destroyed.
Launch control.
An enemy has been slain. Ally has been slain. Enemy double
That was
kill.
amazing.
Our turret has been destroyed. Shut down. Enemy killing spree. Shut down.
Launch control.
We have slain an enemy. Ally has been slain. Double kill. Our turret has been destroyed.
போடா மயிரு.
Instant kill.
Our turret is under attack. Our turret has been destroyed. Request backup. Shut down. An enemy has been slain.
Damage. இது பண்றா தாசன் நாய் வேடிக்கை பார்த்துட்டு இருக்க நாய் பைத்தியக்காரன் ரூபா வந்து தொலைக்கிறானுங்களா வேலை கூட பரவாயில்ல ஏன்னு சொல்லுறீங்க அப்படியே நிற்கிறான் ஒரு இழுப்பமா
All intruders shall be expelled.
Our turret has been destroyed.
stack வச்சிருக்காங்க.
Our inhibitor turret is under attack.
I feed on lightning and ether.
Ult is not ready.
Enemy battle spell on CD.
Your team destroyed a turret. Slain. An enemy has been slain.
Leave now!
Your team destroyed a turret. Ally has been slain. Request backup. You have slain an enemy. An enemy has been slain.
Understood.
Your team destroyed a turret.
பார்த்துட்டு இருந்தா நான் இதுக்காக உள்ள போயிட்டான்.
All of your efforts are in vain.
Your team destroyed a turret.
Solo kill.
Killing spree. Shut down. Mega kill. Unstoppable.
போட்டனே போயிட்டனா.
Been slain.
I must recharge.
போட்டானா ஓட மாட்டான். இது ஒன்று வாங்கிக்கலாம். யார் எடுக்கிறா? எடுத்துட்டான்.
Ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
போயிட்டான்
Ally
போயிட்டான்.
has been slain.
Nothing can destroy Celestial Palace or me.
Control.
இங்க வர இங்க வர.
Wait for me. An enemy has been slain. Monster kill.
டேய் இதெல்லாம் வாங்கிச்சு. இதெல்லாம் செஞ்சு வாங்கிட்டு போறா. ஃப்ரீயா வர. இத வாங்குடா.
Are much alike.
Godlike.
எஸ் பண்ணிக்கலாம்.
Attack the Lord. Okay. Ally has been slain. Your team destroyed a turret. Victory!
Karnataka. நல்லாதான் இருந்தது. சரி நம்ம ரேங்க் பண்ணலாம்.
Your team is banning. Please ban a hero.
16. மேஷ் பக்கிட்டோ ப்ளூ வேற யாரு ஜாடு 816 816
The enemy is picking.
சரி நடக்கலாமா ஓ சாரி நான் ஹைப்பரா
Come on, let's roll.
Your team is picking.
Crowned by heaven's mandate, my legacy shall endure.
எனக்கு இப்ப அதான்ப்பா ரோமா
I'm bound
When the
by
body
nothing,
suffers,
be
The
it
enemy
family
is
or
picking.
the
destiny.
spirit blooms.
816
I am the sovereign of the abyss, the slayer of gods.
Let them play the hero.
Your team is
I will be the
picking.
truth this world desperately needs.
ரோமா ஹை ஏய் தேங்க்ஸ் இல்லையாடா
It's my job to protect her man.
No one can resist my charm.
The enemy is picking.
Not even my
ஜூஸ் ஆனா
enemies.
பிரச்சனை லாஸ்ட்ல ஜூஸ் ஆன ஒண்ணா போய் யார் போலாம் யார் போலாம்
Either smashing heads or smashing backboard.
நிமிஷம் தேங்க்யூ தான்
Welcome to my castle. I
Please
bet
pick
you'll
a hero.
never want to
Good lord.
leave.
ஸோ டேமேஜும் ஆன்சர் போய்க்கலாமா ஆன்சோ எதிர்வாக கம்சியாக இருக்கிறாங்க
Light me up and watch the world burn!
டேய் வெற்றிக்கிறா ஏன்னா ONIC போயிட்டான். ஏய் மாறிச்சா இந்த கடைசி வயலா கண்டினியூ.
Welcome to Mobile Legends! 5 seconds till the enemy reaches the battlefield. Smash them! All troops deployed!
Welcome to my inferno!
First blood!
Ashes to ashes! Oops! You're on fire!
An enemy has been slain!
Let me add some warmth to Erudicio! There's no turning back!
An ally has been slain.
Let me clear the way.
Hey! Fala
Come here! Self-destruct sequence initiated!
aí. Flame shot சொல்லிட்டு பாத்தியா? அவ்வளவு நேரம் அங்கே நின்னுட்டு இருந்திருக்காங்க.
An ally has been slain.
இருக்கடா போறேன்.
I trusted those liars in Erudicio!
Request backup! The enemy has slain the turtle.
Let me clear the way.
Initiate retreat. Okay.
Enemy reached level 4.
Let fire incinerate all evil!
Nice, nice.
Amazing!
சூப்பர்ரா செம்மையா அடிச்சான். செம்மையா அடிச்சான்.
An ally has been slain.
புண்டை நாய். அவன் மயிர்ச்சியோ
Ashes to ashes!
An ally has been slain.
மாஸ்க்ல நான் ஜாயின் பண்ண முடியல.
Initiate retreat.
Understood. Enemy invading jungle.
Initiate retreat. Okay.
Oh my! These are self-destruct sequence initiated!
Slain. Initiate retreat. Request backup. Launch attack.
Brilliant control. Great play.
An enemy has been slain.
Superb tanking.
பண்றாங்க என்ன ட்ரை பண்றாங்க அவன் பாட்டுக்கு வரான் போறான் என்ன பண்றாங்க என்னமோ ட்ரை பண்றான் ஜெய் நாய் லேட் ஷாட்லாம் போறோம் என்னமோ பண்றாங்க
Your team destroyed a turret. Initiate retreat.
Let me add some warmth to Erudicia.
Shut down.
Come here. Self-destruct sequence initiated.
Your team destroyed a turret. Initiate retreat. Initiate retreat.
என்ன பண்ற
Killing spree.
நீ ரொம்ப விளையாடுறான் அக்ரெசிவா
Ally has been slain.
Brilliant tanking.
Initiate retreat. Okay.
Not even close.
இந்த அக்ரெசிவ் ஆகாதுப்பா
You're on fire.
Initiate retreat. An enemy has been slain.
What?
Our turret has been destroyed. Mega kill.
You've only got yourself to blame.
Request backup.
Clutch control.
An enemy has been slain. Ult is ready. An ally has slain the turtle. Initiate retreat.
Set the world on
not ready.
fire.
Initiate retreat.
Come in.
Ally has been slain. Request backup.
My fire is burning brighter. There's no turning back.
Your team destroyed a turret.
Let's turn up the heat.
Killing spree. Initiate retreat.
Self-destruct sequence initiated.
Ally has been slain. Initiate retreat.
really toughest to munnadi idda potu setta idane damage sky porana sky Yay!
The flame still burns.
Our turret is under attack.
ஒரு இடத்துல போறாடி பல இடத்துல போறான்
Mega kill. Our turret has been destroyed. Attack the Lord. Request backup. Triple kill. Enemy double kill. Shut down. Initiate retreat.
Again.
ஏச்சி கிட்டே போறா என்ன மயிரோ வரீங்க ஏன் நம்ம வந்து பாக்ஸுக்குள்ள அப்படிதான் வந்துருக்கேன் ஷெட்ரா ஏச்சு தான் நூபான்ட்டானுங்களே
Got anything with more heat?
Initiate retreat.
டேய் தம்பி
Initiate retreat.
அப்படியே போறான் எதுக்குடா என்னடா பண்ண போறீங்க இது வச்சு இன்னொரு டைம்
Initiate retreat.
Maskman mage. Hey! Man.
There's no turning back.
The enemy has slain more.
டேய் என்னடா பண்ற
Our turret has been destroyed.
அதான் மாடி எடுத்துக்கலாம்
Under attack.
ஓ அடிச்சாங்க ஏய் தட
Defeat.
என்ன போய் ஹாரி பிக் பண்ணிருக்கேன் ஹாரி பிக் பண்ணிருக்கேன் ஸ்கை எடுத்து என்ன பண்ணணும் ஒன்றும் முடியல 2 ஸ்கை அந்த டீம் 10,000 கோல்டா இத்தனை கோல்டு வச்சுக்கிறாங்க ஒழுங்கா ஃபார்ம் மூடிட்டு ஃபார்ம் இல்லைன்னா ஈஸியாக வச்சுக்கலாம் வரேன் 9 போச்சு என்னடி 25 அல்ல. ஒன்று 45 என்னது? 22 3 நாளைக்கு முன்னாடி 4 நாளைக்கு முன்னாடி இந்த ரெண்டு கான்செப்ட் போட்டுருக்கோம். 22ஆம் தேதி எப்போ? இருபத்தி ரெண்டு வெனஸ்டே. எனக்கு 45 ஒன்று 45 7 வாங்கிட்டேன். யாருங்க இது? மங்கி டி லூஃபி? டின்னர் எனக்கு 545 அடுத்து வேற என்ன? முன்னூத்தி 55 ஒண்ணு 355 ஒண்ணு 55 ஒன்று சூப்பர். பதினெட்டாம் தேதி சாட்டர்டே 834 ஆமா. 80, 60, 40, இது வந்து வரதுக்கு போட்டேன் போறதுக்கு போட்டேன். ஓகே. எண்பது, 80, 100, சரி. எண்பது 80 வரதுக்கு 80 போறதுக்கு 160, 80, 80, 80, ப்ளஸ் 24, 20, ஓகே. நான் 34 தான். எப்பாடா
Q. The flow of the dance, the art of the kill. Within the blissful hell of these fans, slaughter is the purest form of devotion.
எண்பது 19ஆம் தேதினா எப்போதா? 80, 80, 160 plus plus 160 plus 180. வெயிட்டிங் எங்கே போனால் வெயிட்டிங் நம்ம வந்துட்டு 20, 40, 40 ப்ளஸ் 40. அப்புறம் வந்து ஆனால் இந்த அன்னைக்கு பதினெட்டு 19 இந்த 2 நாளைக்கு என்ன வேலை இருந்தது? 18, 19 டேட்டா பாருங்க. 18, 19 19 ஓகே ஆனால் நினைக்கிறேன். 684. ஓட்டம் மொத்தம் ஓட்டம் அவங்களுக்கு தான் பெருசு பண்ணுங்கிறேன். என்ன ஒருத்தரையும் காணோம் இன்னைக்கு, எல்லாம் அமைதியா இருக்கு. ஞாயிற்றுக்கிழமை எல்லாம் பிஸியோ? எல்லாரும் பிஸி போல. நான் வந்து மாற்றி விட்டு வரேன். இது முடிஞ்சுக்கிறேன். ஸ்ட்ரீம் எண்ட் பண்ணிட்டு